welcome to the, I think you all might be in the wrong place. We normally don't have this many people at our city council meetings, but welcome anyway. There's a lot of us here today, so we are going to try to do this as efficiently as we can. And I'm going to look over like we always do to make sure we're ready to go online, and I'm getting the thumbs up. If you can't find seating in here, I've been told that we have a monitor and TV going on outside, and we have some chairs and stuff outside. If you find that more comfortable, you could sit out there. So with that, I will go ahead and call this council meeting to order. Madam Clerk, would you please read the roll?
Councilman Jindal. Councilman Leonard.
Here.
Councilman Rigsby.
Here.
Mayor Per Tempore Daly. Mayor Duper.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and begin with the invocation and pledge of allegiance by Council Member Jindal.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. In this chamber, we have often had many challenging debates, ideas of division, and notions of unity. This is also a chamber where we have all come together, and together we have much more in common than we have differences. Mahatma Gandhi once said that our ability to reach unity in diversity will be the beauty and the test of our civilization. In this room, give us the strength to let us celebrate our shared potential, and let us make the best of our policy-making process for a better Loma.
Chair's a little low. I couldn't figure out how to get it up a little higher. Okay. Mr. City Manager, do we have any items to be added or deleted?
No, sir.
We'll deal with any other conflicts of interest and things as they come up, but this right now would be our time for public comment on anything that is not agendized. So I know a lot of you want to speak about item number 2 and item number 12. So outside of those, is there anyone that would like to come up and speak on anything that is not on the agenda this evening? Yes, sir? And real quick, let me lay some ground rules. Normally here, we're pretty open and lax with our time limits, but because we have a lot of people that presumably want to speak tonight, we're going to go ahead and enforce the 3-minute rule. So that'll apply to everybody, including non-agendized items. So
I have a script. I can do that.
thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, Council, thank you for letting me have just a minute here. My name's Scott Ward. I am here on behalf of San Bernardino County 3rd District Supervisor Dawn Rao and the entire Board of Supervisors. If you're not aware, the county is in the midst of a redistricting process. This happens every 10 years. The county uses new census data to examine if there could have been any shifts in population that might warrant a change in the boundaries on any of the supervisorial districts. The intent is to adequately reflect and represent the people, which is why the entire process is guided by a committee of non-elected officials. The county wants to engage the community in this process by holding a series of public meetings that'll take place between now and the end of the year. During the process, the public can make comments and learn more about how it is done too. I'd like to extend everybody in this room, everybody who is watching online, an invitation to join us at any of the 16 meetings that are scheduled between now and the end of the year. The next one is happening Thursday in Apple Valley. Those in this chamber and in Loma Linda can find a meeting much closer to home on September 15th. It will be taking place at Yucaipa City Council chambers. That's going to be the closest meeting to this city. You don't have to be in person. You can participate by watching online at the website sbcountyredistricting.com. Everything you need to know about the whole process is available at that website. It's very transparent. So again, it's sbcountyredistricting.com. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Question.
Yes, sir.
So the meeting in Yucaipa again is at what time?
It is Wednesday, September the 15th at 10 a.m., and it will be in the Yucaipa Council chambers that day.
And I believe that a week or two ago, I received a schedule of all of the meetings.
Mhm.
Are all of those meetings, that schedule available to citizens that may have an interest in this?
Yes, on the website, sbcountyredistricting.com. I just shared a printed version of that with your city clerk as well, and I'd be happy to send it to anyone with the city if you want to post it on your website as well.
Okay.
But
And then just a question of relevance. Has there been any kind of significant change in the districts in San Bernardino County Board of Supervisors in the last 20 years?
not that I'm aware of, but that's what this whole process is about. So,
And it's based upon,
census data,
okay,
yeah. Mhm.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Okay, seeing no one come forward, we're going to move on to our scheduled items. And I think, again, under some requests from the council, we're going to move some things around. So we're going to try to dispense with a lot of our general business because we know item number 2 is going to be the biggest thing on the agenda tonight. So we'll start out with number 1, which is the proclamation celebrating the opening of the brand-new Loma Linda University Health Dennis and Carol Tresh Medical Campus. Do we have anybody here?
No, they asked me to accept it for them, and I will take it over.
Okay, all right. And then, again, in consideration of time, we have a proclamation from the city honoring the opening of the hospital, which we're very proud of, so. That is that. We'll dispense with that one. And we're going to move item number 2 to the end. So let's go on ahead and go with item number 3, a public hearing to develop planning area 3-4 of the Groves at the Loma Linda specific plan, and the assistant city planner.
Good evening. My name is Lorena Materita. I am the city planner for Loma Linda, and tonight I have 2 public hearing items. The first one is going to be the precise plan of design application for the architectural elevations and configuration of the fire station and the new community center. The applicant is High Point Community. They are proposing to develop planning area 3-4 of the Groves at Loma Linda specific plan with a 3,960 square feet fire station that will include an apparatus parking area, office with living quarters, a patio and parking, and to construct a 3,287 square feet community center that will include a recreation room, storage area, restrooms, and a warming kitchen.
If I can interrupt for a second.
Yes.
For those of that are in here, not everybody knows the Groves or Area D, and I know
Yes.
the council does, but can you explain what areas you're talking about?
I
so
will, definitely.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
So in Chapter 1782 in our municipal code, we have the Historic Mission Overlay District. In preserving the historic attributes of the area, the applicant has chosen an architectural style that is consistent with the ordinance and the specific plan. That style is Mission Revival. So on these next few slides, I'll get into the details that way to make them aware. I know you guys were a part of the process in 2018. They weren't, and we also have a lot of people online today. So bear with me. I'm going to try to explain as much as possible for those online and those in the audience. So it might go a little longer than expected. Okay, existing setting. I'm going to use my red pointer to kind of give you an idea. So the site is 15.9 acres. It is vacant. It's east of Bryn Mawr Avenue, west of California Street, south of Park Avenue, and north of Citrus Avenue. Currently, this Grove Special Planning Area D area surrounding uses are the Veterans Affairs Facility, which is northwest. Then there's single and multi-family residential all around it and proposed residential, as well as vacant lots. Directly East of it, right now, it appears as it's a dirt lot. It is not. It is currently in construction. It is the park that the Lennar Citrus Trail Tract is currently developing. And this is the Lennar Citrus Trails Tract. The general plan, as I was saying, is Special Planning Area D. That is the land use district designation. It does have an overlay district, the Historical Mission Overlay. It is zoned planned community. It is in Planning 3-4. There's different planning areas within the Grove specific plan, and this specific lot is called Planning 3-4. The designated land use in the specific plan for this lot is for park use. And within the specific plan, which is the guiding document for this entire area, there's an overlay for this lot, and that requires that this is developed with community services, hence the community center and the fire station. So a little bit more background. In 2018, the Groves at Loma Linda specific plan, a 300-acre site located entirely within Special Planning Area D and the Historical District, was adopted by Planning Commission and City Council on June 12th. So that document went before this approval body, and it was approved in 2018. Last year, December 2020, Historical and Planning Commission recommended approval of the Certificate of Appropriateness for the park program. That same park program, which you see on the right-hand side, that is the diagram of the park program. Well, that park program was ratified by this City Council on January 12th, 2021 of this year. At that time, we told you that we were just looking at the park program and the configuration of that. But the architectural set and the configuration of the structures, we told you we would bring them back at a later time. This is that time. So the architectural set went to Historical, it went to Planning Commission. Each commission provided their recommendations and suggestions for changes to the document. So what you guys have today that was included in your packet is actually the 6th iteration that has gone in review. So real quick, this is the site plan for the fire station. Ingress and egress will be off of Park Avenue. There'll be a total of 11 spaces for regular cars and up to 4 spaces for fire trucks inside. There will also be patio space, a trash enclosure, fire hose rack, flagpole, and that's the site plan. Floor plan. This is for a 3,960 square feet structure with 3 dormitories, bathrooms, lobby, dining, kitchen, living, laundry, and a storage room that includes a locker area. So I'll use the pointer just to show you. So this right here is the apparatus parking. It's the center image that you see on the slide. That's for their fire trucks. Right here is the dormitories, and that is to the east of the apparatus parking, or to the right. Here's just living space and kitchen, and here's an outdoor patio area that even includes a barbecue set. Okay, now on to the important stuff, the elevations. So this is some before images of the elevations. I wanted to include this in the presentation for you can see how the design has evolved since staff was reviewing it. So some of Historical Commissioner's recommendations included adding signage.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at the audience, and there's a lot of blank stares out here. How many of you need to understand where we're talking about? Everybody's caught up? Okay, we're talking about the west side of California Avenue. Okay, I'm sorry. My
No worries,
apology.
Councilman Daly. A lot of the people in the audience were actually at Planning Commission as well, where it was presented. But I will still continue to explain for the people that are new here. So Historical Commission recommendations, like I was saying, they wanted to see signage, lighting, iron details, tile roofing. At one point, it was shingle roofing, and if you know anything about the Mission Revival style, most of the times you see tile. Staff's recommendation was to dress up the western elevation. It's right here on the bottom where it says western elevation. We wanted them to just add a little bit more detail to that. When we went to Planning Commission requested that they actually move the metal awning. They said it was too much packing house features, And they also wanted to remove the stair-step parapet, which the parapet, if you don't know what it is, it's part of the roofing that pops out and it's above the bays, the two bays. They wanted it to better match the Mission Revival style found in Loma Linda. So after they incorporated all of these suggestions and changes from the various meetings and hearings, this is the final product. This is the after. So what you're going to see here is now they no longer have the white color because that was too Mediterranean. Now they have beige, which better reflects Mission Revival style. You see the gabled roofing. It's now tiles instead of shingles. It actually has exposed rafters now, buttresses on the side walls. It's showing now the iron decorative details. It has double hung windows and doors. And here's more on the south and east elevation. So if this is the south elevation, this is the side that is facing the hillside of Loma Linda. This was the front. This one's facing the northern mountains. It's facing Redlands Boulevard. So although the site will be fenced, the side elevations have been dressed up to be aesthetically pleasing for park goers or people driving by the fire station. And I do want to let you know this is 14 feet in height, and the fire marshal and the fire department has signed off on it. Okay, so on to the community center. This is the site plan for the community center. Once again, the fire station and the community center will be within the park program that has already been approved. So this is the second community service that will be in the park. The ingress, egress is on Bryn Mawr into a public parking lot. There will be 130 spaces to accommodate the community center and park area. It is designed and programmed in coordination with the adjacent park in terms of shared parking and access between the parks. The landscaping and lighting will be compatible with the adjacent park. And once again, that park is currently in construction. So if you've driven by, just imagine more or less it's going to match with that park. But this side will have the two community serving facilities. The floor plan, it'll be 3,287 square feet in size with a large recreational community room. That's that center spot, the gray spot on the slide. There'll be restrooms, warming kitchen, and plenty of storage space. The outdoor will have a large patio area and a trellis garden and can act as a focal meeting point for visitors. I'm not sure if you remember, but when we brought the park program, we told you that we were going to have this outdoor space in case we ever needed to expand the community center. If we needed to add an additional 2,000 square feet, we will now be able to, and it'll be easier if the need arises. But in the meantime, we'll have the focal meeting point outside. We are in California. We do have nice weather. And this is the before, so we went through the site plan, we went through the floor plan, and now these are the elevations. This is the before elevations, similar issues as I discussed with the fire station. You'll see the markings. These are physical markings made by the commissioners. They wanted to see the iron details, some lighting, some signage, change the roofing, or the parapet, excuse me. This is the after design. This is the final design that is included in your packet today, Mission Revival. Here again, you'll see the beige color, the gable roof in the front, the entry gable roof, exposed rafter, the iron details, a decorative attic vent. Applicant also replaced the shingle roofs with tiles, like I said, and he added shutters, exterior lighting, and buttresses to match to the walls. And once again, all features will match the Mission Revival style. Here, the nice thing about this at the top image is a perspective. It's to give you a better idea of what it's going to feel like when you're outside enjoying the community center and the garden area. So courtyard areas and open patios are typically found in Mission Revival design. The warm climate, as I was saying, in California allows for more outdoor enjoyment. And part of the packet that you guys have, the set of plans, the architect also included a detail sheet So he does explain the types of windows and doors that he's going to include in the structure, as well as a detail sheet about lighting. And they plan to use a wall gooseneck light. Environmental review. An EIR, which is an environmental impact report for the grove-specific plan project, was adopted by the Planning Commission and certified by Council on June 12, 2018, at the same time the specific plan was approved. No action is necessary for CEQA because the previously adopted EIR adequately analyzed the project site and use and continues to apply to this project today. Public noticing for this project was mailed and posted. When we mail, the requirement by state law is to mail within 300 feet of the project site. So anybody who lives within 300 feet or who owns property within 300 feet, which is primarily all of the new Lennar Tract people, they would have received a public hearing notice. It was also posted at 3 public locations: City Hall, Post Office, Library, and at the project site. And we always go above and beyond, so it's normally more than 3, and as well as the city website. As the date of this presentation, we have not received any written comment in favor or in opposition of the project. To conclude, the developer has made every effort possible to provide the most appropriate design and layout. The project complies with the goals of the general plan and the Groves at Loma Linda specific plan. It is compatible with existing and future uses in the area. Conditions are in place to ensure appropriate compliance with mitigations and city standards, and findings were provided in support of the current proposal. So staff, Historical Commission, and Planning Commission are recommending City Council take the following action: determine no action is necessary in terms of CEQA, ratify the certificate of appropriateness, and approve precise plan design application to develop planning area 3-4 with both the fire station and the community center with Mission Revival style. That concludes my presentation. The applicant and the architect are here today, should you have any questions for them, but I will try to answer as many questions as possible right now. Thank you.
Thanks, really great presentation, and I'm really excited. One thing I didn't see in the packet, have we already considered solar panels? And if we have, how would that impact the look?
Solar panels, is it required?
You have to look at that 24.
Hi, I'm Sergio Sandowski, Knitter Partners. Complicated question, unfortunately. Title 24 is energy engineering.
When you're speaking, can you pull
Yeah,
your mouth?
sure. Title 24 is energy engineering. That's not in the process yet, and not being very familiar with exactly, as it's changing very rapidly right now, we may be required to. It just depends on how the engineer calculates whether or not there are other points. Without getting too much into the weeds, there's a system of points for energy efficiency, and depending on how that works out, they may require us to do solar panels or not. At this point, we don't know.
When will you have that update?
It's part of the construction document process, so that would be after your approval. We're jumping into that immediately, so I would assume soon. Just don't want to step on other people's toes. Sure.
I'm sure I should know this, but what's going to happen to fire station number 2 that this will be replacing?
I don't think that's part of our discussion or plan at this point. I think that's still kind of up in the air as to whether or not we're going to replace or we're going to add. So I think it's a little premature to be discussing that.
Makes a difference on how I vote.
Well, yeah, but it's so far premature, we're just not sure on that yet. And we could have the fire chief weigh in, but I think there has to be a lot of discussion at the city level as to allocation of fire resources.
Yeah, I think at this point, under direction, we could look a little bit farther. but kind of where we were at, we did a study, and right now we were working under the 2 fire stations that were meeting our needs, with the idea that once a 3rd fire station came around, we would then evaluate where we were at and what staffing model we would take with that. So kind of that it would kind of, I think, agree with Mayor, that's probably a next step that we really haven't examined that closely at this point.
Well,
to
that,
say-
that all makes sense to me, but what doesn't make sense to me is that we approve a new fire station when we don't know what that decision is going to be related to resources and how they're going to be allocated.
Correct. So if we look at it and say we continue to function under the 2 fire station model, then that would then replace the current station 2. That is kind of a temporary station already. If we determine though that by the time this is built and our needs call volume wise meets the idea of a 3rd fire station, and you know, it's hard for me to sit here and say exactly, because I can say I want 3 fire stations, but then I can also say I need 3 more fire captains, and ultimately that thing goes back to you guys to say, yeah, you can have those. So there's a lot of little pieces that go into it, and say, yeah, if we want a 3rd fire station, but we can't afford more personnel, then obviously we function under the 2 station model and function working out of the new fire station rather than the old one. If though we determine that the need's there and the funding's there to staff more positions, then we can look at a 3 station module. And so it's kind of that desire of where we're at when that time comes. Right now, I think we've been working on the idea that this station is getting built as part of that development. And once that gets closer, then working with the city manager to put a proposal in front of the council that states what's best moving forward.
And what do you mean by when it gets closer? What do we need to get closer to?
You know, Connor could probably give a better idea, but at the time we were discussing this, we were still a couple years off, and he might have a better time frame of where
Well, if we're voting to approve a 3rd fire station, I need to know what the implications of that are
Correct.
before I can support it.
But I guess the part I also need to know through the development, is it a fire station that's standing there amongst a lot of other houses and buildings and infrastructure that has now increased the need there, or is it a building that's kind of sitting there by itself? And so it's kind of like, is the whole area going to be developed to a point that needs it in a year, in 2 years, in 5 years? That's the part where I got to look towards community development.
But what I think I hear you saying is we don't have enough data to make the decision yet.
Correct. So our current data is we're working well out of 2 fire stations. As that all
Right.
gets developed
Right.
there, which that's the part I guess I should explain. As that all gets developed, not just station, but that whole area, will that increase the need to then justify saying we need that 3rd fire station?
I think it's
And-
important to remember that this
Yeah.
was a requirement of the development.
Yes.
So this was incumbent
I understand.
So-
on the developer
so-
to build.
So in
we
a way,
can't-
That's
you're
not the relevant point, though. I understand.
well, I mean, in a way, you're giving me a 3rd fire station, and so now I got to basically determine what I want to do with it. And at this point, what I'm saying is I'm not sitting here saying, give me a 3rd fire station and give me all the personnel to staff it. I'm not asking for that.
That makes sense.
Yes, and so
That
I
makes
guess that's where I'm a little bit vague on this, is because it's kind of like, hey, you're getting a 3rd fire station. At some point, you got to figure out what to do with it, but you're getting it. And so it's kind of a weird way of what I've kind of been used to of you go and fight and request and get a 3rd fire station. Well, where I'm being given a building, then now it's kind of determined what I want to do with that building.
Again, this is part of the amenity package that was required of the developer.
I
Exactly.
understand that.
Yeah,
That has
exactly.
nothing to do with
Yeah.
fire station number 2.
So from a planning
Absolutely correct.
perspective, we'll probably have that fire station built in the next year and a half. From the amount of load and the occupancy load in that area, it could be as much as 5 or 6 years before the commercial piece is completely built out. 5 or 6 years before the commercial component along Redlands Boulevard and all the residential piece is built out that would really match the demand for that station. One of the other options, and the chief didn't bring up is we have two pieces of apparatus running out of Station 1 right now, and the big driver in the fire service is response time. So being able to move one of those without adding additional staffing, move one of those pieces of apparatus to a different building to impact response times on that piece of the city would then be a way to utilize that station without adding additional resources or costs with what we have now. So there's a bunch of flexibility that we have in that, but we're in the enviable position that we actually have the building ahead of the need rather than trying to scramble, 5 or 6 years from now, how we're going to build a fire station when the demand's already there for it.
Yeah, and that's kind of the issue exactly, is that right now our draw is our current dynamics of the city. The hard part is to determine what all that new development over the next, from now up to maybe 6 years, is going to do to our need. And that's where it's kind of hard to say it's going to replace, it's going to expand, it's going to put this piece of apparatus there, is because it's kind of like a crystal ball type thing of saying it's going to require this much support when we don't really know yet.
But we already own Fire Station number 2.
Yes.
So we could develop Fire Station number 3 without staffing 3 fire stations and wait and see what kind of business development Mr. Bolovich is talking about, and then decide. Is that true?
Yes. Yes.
Because I've worked with enough budgets, not many people that are given extra budget say, oh, we really don't need this. So
yeah, from as you know, putting together that strategic plan I did for the city and all, I like to try to make my decisions based on what the data is telling me.
Yep.
And so that's going to be continuing moving forward, is looking at the information and knowing, and it's a balance, the what the data is telling me and what the desire of the council is, because obviously at the end of the day, I can present data, the council can say, but we can't afford this, or we still want that, or whatever, and so we'll work on that. But as far as the needs, the best way for me to operate is what's the information telling me as far as the call volume down around that area, which obviously there isn't that much down there right now, and so to say that has to be staffed with a 24/7 fire engine at this moment would probably not be supported in data.
So I'm going to jump in here. Sure. So just for the sake of expediency, because we do have a lot of people waiting. What I don't want to do is concern folks that live over by Fire Station 2. So correct. I actually foresee this as requiring some public input. I don't think this is a decision that a lot of people would be comfortable with, especially those that live on the north central side of town that are accustomed to getting quicker responses from that fire station. So for us to sit up here and try to debate this right now is, I think, wholly inappropriate. I
disagree. I adamantly disagree.
Those folks deserve to have input, and what we're trying to do right now is put pressure on the fire chief to say we're going to close a fire station or not, and I'm not about that. So let's answer some questions and move along with this topic.
Do you need anything more from me?
This is a public hearing after all.
Yes, I know I got to open the public hearing still.
I'm okay.
Good? Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Now, well, go ahead.
2 more questions. No, not for you. Thank you. First question, so this was brought up, Historic Code 170.010 to 172.010 requires an arch. Do you have any information on that?
Could you clarify, so it's within our historic
Historic
commission
Code
overlay?
170.010 and 172.010. And if we don't have an answer, if we can just follow up on it, please.
Okay, we'll follow up on it. 'Cause I'm-
Great, thanks. Second thing, just to piggyback off of Dr. Daly, if we decide not to use this, we can repurpose the building for other purposes, right? Like if we wanted a third community center?
No.
You mean repurpose the fire station?
Yeah.
Theoretically, I mean, we could remodel it, but I think there's like we discussed, I think there's plenty of uses for that. The worst case is there's a lot of acreage to park, and there's going to have to be lawnmowers and public works staff take care of it. So, worst case, it's a public works station and a place to park our lawnmowers in the interim.
Thank you.
Okay,
Councilmember Jindal, I know we're going to follow up with that specific section in the chapter of Historical Mission Overlay District, but there are arches in the design, and that is similar to most mission revival styles. So I wasn't sure if that was also what you wanted to see, or you just wanted to clarify on the code section.
Yeah, it's more for clarity for the code section, because the way I understood it had to be an exterior arch that you could walk or drive underneath. And if that's not the case, then it's not the case.
What specific section is that again?
170.010 and 172.010.
170?
It would be 17 point then something, because Title 17 zoning is 17 point.
So I might have written that wrong. So 17.0010,
Would be followed by 3 numbers after that.
so 001.
Could I see it?
That doesn't jive with any of our code numbers.
Okay, we'll follow up.
okay. It's taken a minute, but we're going to go ahead and open the public comment. Anyone here in the public wishing to speak on this particular item, you're welcome to step forward. We are discussing the plan and design of a community center and a fire station as they have been included in our, with our development over there. Seeing no one rushing to the forefront. Oh, I'm sorry, was there anybody online? Nobody online either. Okay. We'll close the public comment, and I'll entertain a motion from the council on this agenda item.
Can you be specific on what we're voting for? We're
That depends on the
voting
motion.
to approve a third fire station without knowing whether we need 2 or 3. Am I correct or incorrect?
I think like Dr. Rigsby said, it depends on the motion. So if you want to make a motion or not, or, yes, sir.
I'd like to move the staff recommendation using whatever language the city attorney believes is appropriate.
I would use the language in the agenda.
So be it.
In item 3B, or 3, you're talking about A, B, and C, correct?
Yes.
Yes. I'll second that.
Okay, we have a first and a second, Madam Clerk.
Okay, and the motion is to determine that no action is necessary for the California Environmental Quality Act because the previously adopted environmental impact report prepared for the Groves at Loma Linda specific plan and certified by the City Council on June 12, 2018 adequately analyze the project site and use, ratify the certificate of appropriateness for precise plan of design number P21-095, and to approve the precise plan of design for, precise plan of design number P21-095. Councilman Jindal?
Aye.
Councilman Leonard?
Aye.
Councilman Rigsby?
Yes.
Mayor Per Tempore Daley?
I'm going to vote no, and with an explanation that we don't have a long-term plan. I have no problem with building out this third fire station, but we don't have a plan, and we're talking about a whole lot of money here. And so I object based on lack of a long-term strategy.
Thank you. And Mayor Duper?
I'll go ahead and vote yes, and with a comment also that this isn't costing us anything up to this point. This is developer paid for. So whatever we decide down the road is where we discuss money.
Thank you. The motion is approved.
Thank you.
Real quick comment, if I could.
Yes, sir.
Found the code, and I had written the 0 as an 8, so it's 17.82.010. So if we can just follow up on that at the end.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you very much. Let's move on to item number 4, a public hearing on approving annexation to the Landscape Maintenance District. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, sir. This is the, to approve the annexation number 77, which is the Harmony Grove, which is the 57-unit condominium projects, is on the south side of the VA clinics. So now that it's established, they want to make sure that we have a landscape maintenance district as part of the project.
Okay,
That's
sir.
in my report.
Any questions from the council? Okay, I'll open a public hearing on this one. Anyone who wishes to speak on adding another landscape maintenance district? Again, I see nobody running to the front, nobody online. So we'll close the public hearing and I'll entertain a motion on this one.
Can I actually ask a quick question?
Absolutely.
Landscape Maintenance District number 1 has a built-in cost increase over time, right?
For this particular one, yes.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Thank you.
Included, yes.
Talking about this one or our original one for the city?
For this one,
Correct. This is include the cost escalation, yes.
We have the ballot from the property owner first,
Yes.
before the motion?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. We have one ballot for annexation 77, a single property owner, Woodside 05 SLP for APN number 0292-111-53, the 57 condominium units located at the southwest corner of Park Avenue and Bryn Mawr Avenue. The ballot is voted yes in favor of the assessment, including the annual inflation adjustment applicable to future assessments based on the percentage change in the CPI.
Okay, thank you. Motion?
I'll move item H4 on our agenda, public hearing, Council Bill number R-2021-30, approving annexation 77 to Landscape Maintenance District number 1, tract number 20327.
second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. And real quick, before we call the roll, I'll just explain this to folks in the public. So this comes up quite a lot in council, that some of the original property here in the city was, the Landscape Maintenance District never had a formula to adjust for cost over time. So traditionally, the city has to pay out of the general fund to pay for a lot of our upkeep around the city. So when we ask about whether or not this has costs included, that's the point. So, Madam Clerk?
The motion is to adopt Council Bill number R-2021-30, approving annexation 77 to the Landscape Maintenance District number 1 and ordering the levy and collection of assessments for tract 20327. Councilman Jindal?
Aye.
Councilman Leonard?
Yes.
Councilman Rigsby?
Yes.
Mayor Per Tempore Daley?
Aye.
And Mayor Duper?
Yes.
It passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will entertain a motion for the consent calendar.
Move it.
First. First and a second, Madam Clerk.
And the motion is to adopt, to approve the items on the consent calendar. Councilman Jindal?
Yes.
Councilman Leonard? Councilman Rigsby?
Yes.
Mayor Per Tempore Daley?
Aye.
And Mayor Duper?
Yes.
And it passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's bring up item number 12, because I do believe we have at least one speaker on that one, and I think we can dispense with that. Councilmember Jindal?
Great. All right, thank you very much. So this item is for a letter of support for the San Bernardino County Board of Supervisors to opt in for the establishment of micro enterprise home kitchens, also known as MICOs. So a brief overview of what MICOs are. So they're a food facility that operates out of a private home. In order to operate one, you would need a food protection manager certification and a valid MICO permit, which is issued by our local county of health. The background of this is that it builds on food cottage law, which allows citizens to sell products in places such as farmers market. It's a very select few type of products that you can sell. This bill, which is AB 2626, builds upon that and widens the variety of foods that can be sold. The state has allowed counties to opt in or opt out. So every county decides whether they want to be part of the program or if they don't want to be part of the program. The closest county to us, Riverside County, has opted in. And there's various other counties that have opted in within California, including some cities. So if you have your own health department, you don't necessarily need the county's okay to opt in. Our Board of Supervisors has been asking for feedback from cities, so I wanted to put this on Loma Linda's agenda so that we can discuss it and possibly send in the sample letter that I've written up. Some limitations of MECOs do include that you can't sell more than $50,000 in sales per year. You're not allowed to have more than one full-time employee, and you cannot sell more than 30 meals in a day or more than 60 meals per week. So a lot of this is allow people to sell different food items out of their house. If we look at what's currently in operation in Riverside, there's a lot of really cool different types of foods that are available. I think this would benefit Loma Linda more than other cities just because we have such a diverse population. As many of you know, our population triples during the day because of all the hospital and the businesses that we do have in the area. So I think this offers a wide variety of different options that one can partake in. Also, one thing that we've discussed in the city council many, many times is that we don't have enough businesses in the city. I think this is one way that we can potentially increase our revenue, however little it might be. And like I said, it does offer the opportunity for our residents to start their own small business in their home. And hopefully, when they become successful and big, they'll have their base of operations out of the city.
I've always got questions. Go ahead.
I have a few. I'm not sure if you're the authority or who I should ask about this, but I was reading somewhere that Utah has adopted this, their version of it. That was in May, I think, or something like that. And I don't know how many other states have done this. One of the criticisms of California's way of doing it is reputed to have been making all these counties opt into it instead of just making it a law like Utah did. What I don't know is, I know Utah, they had there was a part of their law, I think it said something like, I forget the exact numbers, but for, let's say, every 1,000 restaurants, you couldn't have any more permits than 150 or something like that for these MECO things. I don't know if California has that or not. My concern would be if everything's just popping up all over the city and all these little kitchens are all over the city and everybody's little houses and cars are whipping up and down the streets, is there anything in there that would kind of maybe limit the number? I like the idea of private enterprise and all that. I think that's fantastic. I just wonder if there's any kind of limits on how many and in which way they operate.
Right. I haven't seen anything about a limitation on the number of different operations you can have. But like I said, there is a limit of $50,000 in sales. That's not profit. That's just sales in general. So this isn't going to become nearly as big as a restaurant, right? And one thing I have heard from residents that have informally done this, because it does happen if you go on Facebook, on Nextdoor, people are advertising different food items. This offers a way to legalize it and then obviously make it secure for the public to partake in because they will have health permits that validate that they have a secure facility. More on that, I think, even though there's not a limit on the number of facilities we can have, a lot of this is going to be just small mom and pops, right, that are trying out either new ideas. Maybe they're successful, maybe they're not, but it offers them a platform that they can stand on.
Dr. Daly?
Can you be more specific about the public health regulations that they have to meet? So if I go to one of these micro kitchens, I can feel confident that I'm not going to catch some kind of virus. How are they regulated, I guess, is the basic question.
That might be a better question for someone that works in the county health department. But like I mentioned, you do need certificates from the health department in order to operate.
But I don't know what that means. I don't know what's involved with that.
So what kind of certificates would a restaurant need, right? So these are similar, making sure that your house is secure and that you don't catch a virus while making your food.
So are you saying they need to meet the same public health regulations as a commercial restaurant?
I'll jump in real quick. I don't know all the answers, but I worked in a city here in our county, Rancho Cucamonga, that adopted the cottage food law a few years ago. And now that, when you explained a little bit, it kind of makes sense because they have their own health unit within the city, so they didn't go through the county. Obviously, we don't have that. But my understanding is there's some pretty strict requirements in terms of packaging. Like you have to package items in, like cellophane or wrap them up with.
There is currently an inspection program, so that when they get the license, they have to have.
Program?
Not for this program, but I know the existing cottage food program, that is the template that this is built off of, so I'd assume that they continue with the same parameters. Has a home inspection program, and also they have to have a food handler's permit, and they're very strict on the type of appliances and utensils they can use, so they're not.
So when you say you assume, you're confident that those regulations are in place?
They would probably, the regulations for the cottage food program are in place. Now, this
And
now
how does
is.
that relate to this?
This cottage food is kind of the junior version of this. So this is an expanded version of that program. So I would assume that since they're intensifying it, they wouldn't relax the rules any. They would make them, either keep them consistent or make them more stringent.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
There's the same limit on the numbers of this that there is for every other business, which is market demand. You can't offer 1 million meals a day if there's no market. I've seen how counties regulate these kinds of things, and I would hesitate if I had a cottage food thing to apply for this, because you would basically be volunteering for going to the principal's office for everything, and including minimum wage laws. You'd have to get one of those letter grades on your front window, and I just don't see many people doing it. I don't think it's going to be a threat of taking over our city because of that fact. So I don't oppose it, but I just don't see why anyone would volunteer for that much suffering.
Yeah. Is the comfort level here to move forward with this now, or should we invite an expert maybe to come in that can answer some of those questions?
Well, I think it's just asking for a letter of support. It's not like I don't think we'll sway the county by ourselves. I don't have any problem with the letter.
Okay.
So can we turn to city attorney? Letter of support, what does that mean? What's the legal liability with a letter of support?
A letter of support is just a non-binding expression of an opinion by the council as a whole. It has no operative effect on the county. They can take it into consideration if they choose, or disregard it as they choose.
So that's at a county level.
Yes. It's totally within the discretion of the county to approve or not this type of ordinance.
Is it within our purview to allow it to operate, whether the county, in Loma Linda, whether the county approves it or not?
No, if the county approves it, then we would be bound by that county and state law.
Correct me if I'm wrong, we would still be able to put any limitations as it pertains to the city, right?
Well, I haven't researched this in depth, but I think the state law and the county ordinance would specify who may apply for these permits from the county. We would not administer the program or enforce limitations. There are limitations, just glancing at some of the materials online, such as how many meals per week you may serve or prepare. You can deliver, you can have takeout, or you can serve in your own home, but the limit is 30 per day or 60 per week, which is not a huge number.
So you see no legal liability potential for the city. We're only we would only be authorizing a letter of support for the county endorsing this. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm not saying specific liability. We could issue, we could require business licenses, but beyond that, it's outside of our purview to regulate. So we would not be responsible for that.
So if somebody gets sick from something they buy at Dusty Rigsby's house, who's gonna, and they want to sue, who's liable?
Well, I can't foresee that happening. Everything I've had from Councilman Rigsby's house was very good. But
Have you tried the spaghetti? It is good.
I think I have. But he would be liable. I don't think even the county or the state would be subject to suit
And not the
simply by
city.
authorizing an operation like that.
Okay.
This kind of sounds like the county could approve this even if we didn't support it, and we would still be subject to it.
Yes, yes.
Okay. I guess we can entertain a motion if somebody wants to make one.
All right, I'll make the motion. So I move to send the letter of support as written up to the San Bernardino County Board of Supervisors to opt in for the establishment of micro-enterprise home kitchens.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
And
Oh,
the
I'm
motion-
sorry. I apologize. I have to stop. We do have one public comment on this item, and I was staring at it the whole time, and that's why we did this first. And please don't be mad at me. Dejanay Shaw? Did I get it right or no?
Yeah, you did.
Whoa, all right.
Yeah, it's funny. Hi.
Hello.
Good evening. My name is Dejanay Shaw. I am a resident of San Bernardino County, and I'm here to speak in support of the Microenterprise Home Kitchen Operation Resolution, also known as MICOS. Our county is grappling with the economic effects of the pandemic. Part of the recovery effort should be encouraging those who have lost everything to harness their strengths and abilities and focus on their God-given talents to create a life they deserve. I implore you to provide a letter of support of the MICOS resolution. Aside from aiding in job creation, this will also aid in those who are routinely priced out of being able to start a brick and mortar due to lack of capital or other issues, and provide them an opportunity to thrive in a space while still meeting the health and safety requirements set forth by the county. Other states have enacted what are known as food freedom laws, which protect an individual's right to produce and consume homemade food without being criminalized. According to the state health departments of Wyoming, North Dakota, and Utah, there has not been a single outbreak of foodborne illness linked to home kitchens. This tracks with the experience of neighboring Riverside County, which has not seen a single case of foodborne illness originating from a MICO. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we can continue with the vote. Sorry about that.
And the motion is to provide a letter of support to the San Bernardino County Board of Supervisors to opt in for the establishment of micro-enterprise home kitchens. Councilman Jindal?
I didn't see any comments online, right? Nobody was, there is one? Oh,
Okay.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Boy, stopping it again. Okay, let's go ahead and cue that person up.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. Thank you for letting me speak this evening. My name is Lauren Wolfer, and I'm here to urge Council to petition San Bernardino County to opt into AB 626 and begin permitting MICOs. First, I'd like to give some examples of the various types of small businesses that are currently illegal in San Bernardino County, but would be permitted under the adoption of AB 626. A resident of a mobile home park preparing healthy meals for her senior neighbors, a vegan chef giving private cooking classes out of her home, stay-at-home mom creating custom wedding cakes, an immigrant family preparing culturally specific dishes that are otherwise unavailable for purchase in their neighborhood, a family selling tamales or pies during the holidays. Simply put, legalizing the sale of home-cooked meals is not a radical idea. MICOs are not full-scale commercial operations. They are either small business incubators or ancillary income, and that's exactly how AB 626 was intentionally written. They should be best understood as an expansion of the existing cottage food permit, as was discussed earlier. They are regulated and inspected like any other food facility when it's scaled down because it's out of a private home, but it is still rigorously inspected by the county health department. When our current cottage food legislation was first introduced nearly 10 years ago, it was faced with some similar opposition to what we see now against Miko's. Yet cottage food has proved to be incredibly safe, successful, and popular, and is now legal in the entire United States. And according to a 2018 CDC report, home kitchens are significantly less likely to cause foodborne illness because of the lack of cross-contamination issues than restaurants. And this finding has been borne out by Riverside County, where there have been 0 reported cases of foodborne illnesses linked to Miko's in the year and a half since it began issuing permits. Furthermore, Riverside County's track record has shown that these concerns that have been expressed by some cities in San Bernardino County opposed to this are generally completely unwarranted, as Miko's have not generated any public nuisance complaints, nor have there been any reported problems with sewers or grease disposal. And again, it's important to point out that folks are already doing this. The informal food economy has exploded on social media and shows no sign of slowing down. It's really contrary to public health efforts to push this further underground instead of opting into a system that would bring folks into compliance while protecting consumers. If anything, this would likely lessen any demand for code enforcement, as permitted home chefs are exceedingly less likely to create problems than those who are operating outside of the law. Just in conclusion, I believe the unfounded fears of government officials should never prevent citizens from creating small businesses that can and should be safely regulated. And these small businesses have the potential to greatly expand the amount of healthy food options available to residents, which should be of special interest to Loma Linda, one of the healthiest cities in the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay.
One more question for you.
Oh my, we have another speaker online too, so no.
Let him go.
Okay. Let's cue up that one.
Hello, council members. My name is Eddie Sanchez. I've lived and worked in the region for years. I first want to thank city staff and council members for your service to our community and for considering our comments today. And also a special thank you to Councilman Jenny Hope. I'm speaking in support of the San Bernardino County Board of Supervisors to opt into Assembly Bill 66, the Homemade Food Act, to legalize the sale of homemade food by micro enterprise home kitchen operations, or MICO, and Assembly Bill 377. Thousands of home cooks who operate underground are working parents, caregivers in our communities. They're working people who strive every day to make ends meet for their families. We should do what we can to nurture the spirit of entrepreneurship and creativity from our community members and empower their efforts to create. By doing this, we can ensure our community can continue to develop, grow, and evolve with the quickly changing business landscape. I know you will make the best decision for our community by supporting Miko's, and I want to again thank you for your service. Take care.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez.
Is the action that the San Bernardino County Board takes, would that be just whether to opt in or not? Or could they say, well, we want to opt in, but we want to do A, B, C, D, E different from Riverside? So for instance, when they opt in, are they going to have the exact same, will we have, San Bernardino have the exact same rules as Riverside has? Do we know?
I haven't seen anything different from Riverside where they said we don't want to do A, B, C, D. So I don't have any previous examples to base that off of. It is regulated by the county, though.
I think the state law kind of sets the framework.
So yeah, so it's just limited whether they're gonna do it or not. It's not.
I believe so.
Okay.
Okay. We have one more, two more. I can't see. We have a few more. Okay, maybe we shouldn't have taken this one first, and no offense, but we have a lot of people waiting here to get to item number 2, and I thought we were going to get through this pretty quickly. Let's go ahead and take the next one, please.
Hey there. My name is Tao, and I'm a home chef and budding small business owner.
Last year, when the pandemic hit, I lost my job and my source of income. All the restaurants in my area were shut down, so I needed to pay my bills. And my neighbors were figuring out how to get prepared food, basically. So I started making wood-fired pizzas out of my house. To me, I feel like I was feeding my neighbors in a time of great need, and I was making a little money to pay my bills. It actually was one of the most rewarding ways I've ever made money, and it gave me confidence and filled me with pride and allowed me to stay motivated. But unfortunately, that ended when the county health department shut me down, and it was very sad news for me and my neighbors and my pizza fans when I had to pull the plug. So I wish there was an easier way for me to start off as a budding chef and have like an incubator phase, because the average cost of opening a restaurant here in California is $250,000. I can't afford that. Just starting off, even commissary kitchen overhead costs are too high, and it's not sustainable for me where I'm working at. 50% of restaurants are slated to fail in 1 year, and 7% within 5 years of opening. So how does a chef like me start off? I think Miko's would make so much sense for a small business owner, budding small business owner like me. So I can learn, get further health and safety training, and work out details of my business before I invest further and grow as an entrepreneur. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to take prerogative and go ahead and call for the vote, because I'm pretty sure I know which direction this is going, so. Madam Clerk?
Excuse me. The motion is to provide a letter of support to the San Bernardino County Board of Supervisors to opt in for the establishment of micro enterprise home kitchens. Councilman Jindal?
Yes.
Councilman Leonard?
I love small business, and so I've been persuaded, so I'll vote yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Thank you.
It was a long way of saying yes.
Okay. Councilman Rigsby?
Yes.
Mayor Per Tempore Daily?
Aye.
And Mayor Duper?
Yes.
It passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right, the moment everybody's been waiting for. We will move on to item number 2. And thank you, everyone, for participating and those calling in. I didn't mean to cut it, but I could see we were already going to go a direction, so.
I did receive public comment in opposition and in favor. I'm going to give it to the city clerk right before the meeting, so I have 2 stacks for they could hand out to you before I present. So it's 2 different petitions that are going to go around. I will describe in public comment later about it, but let's get started. Okay, so I'm just going to ask that everybody get comfortable, because your neck's going to hurt, because I'm going to need you to look at the screen. This is going to be my longest presentation in my history here at City of Loma Linda.
Should we order pizza from that young lady that was on?
Let me know if you need to do an intermission. Okay, so, and it's going to be long because I want to present all of the facts and be as transparent as possible, and also to help quash the spread of any misinformation or confusion regarding this project, so bear with me. The applicant is SCI California Funeral Services. The application is for a conditional use permit to expand the existing Montecito Memorial Park into Loma Linda. The park is currently located at 3520 Washington Street in the city of Colton. The expansion project would occupy 18.53 acres of an approximate 51-acre site on 2 vacant parcels. It'll include 3 mausoleums, 1 administration building, the burial lawn, cremation garden, and roadways. The remainder will be left undisturbed as natural open space. Along with the CUP, conditional use permit, The applicant submitted applications for a general plan amendment and zone change to change the existing land use designation and zoning from low-density residential to open space. Cemeteries are conditionally permitted within the open space district. This development will be built in phases, a few acres at a time, as the need arises. Okay, background. Montecito Memorial Park was established in 1925 in the city of Colton. It started out as a 40-acre site, and by 1948, it grew an additional 180 acres of land. It was envisioned as a peaceful park-like setting for both the dead and the living by its original developers who had spent a considerable amount of time searching for just the right location. The original brochure called it the Cemetery of Perpetual Care. I thought that statement was fitting considering Loma Linda is a city concerned with health, care, and longevity. This is extending into eternity. I know it's uncomfortable for people to discuss death in cemeteries, but if 2020 has taught us anything, it was that we need to do more healing work around death as well as preparation. So as San Bernardino County grows, so does the need for burial space. Just recently, Colton approved a conditional use permit for the adjacent parcel. In fall of 2020, discussions with staff and applicant, and there were discussions with staff and the applicant in regards to the project proposal for the expansion. By October, the applicant formally submitted application. So between October 2020 and June 2021 of this year was the environmental review by Lilburn Corporation and their team. In January 2021 to April, we did a gnatcatcher study, followed by the results, which I will get into details later. June of 2021 was the public review period for the notice of intent to adopt the mitigated neg deck, which is the CEQA document. And on July 7 and July 21st was the Planning Commission meeting. So on July 7th, the Planning Commission continued the hearing to the 21st, and that evening they made a motion to approve. August 10th, that is tonight, you guys are going to hear my presentation, and we will be recommending approval. Existing setting, again, it is a 51-acre vacant site that includes 2 parcels. If you see the screen, the image to the right, it is outlined in red. It is located south of Barton, and Barton is this thick road north of the site, generally between Oakwood Drive, which is on the left side, and Sierra Vista on the right side, more or less. As stated, the general plan and the zone is low-density residential. It allows up to 4 units per acre for a total of 186 residential units if built out. Tonight's proposal is to change that, amend it to open space. Surrounding uses. North of the site, again, the boundaries are the red line. North of the site are residential lots. South is vacant hillside. And just southwest is a neighborhood within the Colton city limits. Directly west is the existing Montecito Memorial Park. And what you see here in green, this is the site that many people believe, or I know there was a few concerns in the public, why aren't they developing it? They are. They recently got their conditional use permit to develop this site because they are extending the site into Loma Linda. That is the project. Okay, I will. I've been told I talk too loud, so that's why I moved away. So I'll get closer. That's perfectly fine. East of the site, directly east are vacant lots. Further east is a residential neighborhood accessed through Lot and Avenue. Southwest, and I'm also going to include another image to better understand the parcels, but just southwest is more vacant parcels. It is Loma Linda, and it is zoned hillside conservation. Those lots are currently being evaluated under the proposed Rancho del Prado development and specific plan. They own that right there. Again, those arrows are just indicating the site that recently got a conditional use permit, and the Colton just approved that. Okay, so this image is just to give you a better idea of the adjacent parcels and the owners. So currently, the site is owned by the Wallaber family. Here is that Rancho del Prado site. They're considering that specific plan residential project. And if you know Measure V, you know anything that gets developed here cannot have direct access to Barton, but potentially they can go into Colton. This is Colton, this is a private lot right here. Go through, if they were to develop this as part of their project in residential, and then out through Sierra Vista into Barton, because they'd be going through Colton. So that's just something to think about. And Montecito's right here. This is owned right here, Diocese of San Bernardino, Montecito. And a lot of people aren't aware, but there is currently Montecito Memorial Park in Loma Linda. There's approximately 6 acres. So this red line that I'm showing on the screen, you're going to see that red line. That is the jurisdictional boundary of City of Colton and Loma Linda. So up here where I have the circle at the top of the screen, those are the parcels that are part of Montecito Memorial Park, and they're within Loma Linda. So the last topic that I want to mention on this screen is that Sierra Vista is actually a parcel. It's not a public road, although it is a private road, but it's also a parcel owned by the same Wallaber, which is part of the Montecito project. So part of the approval, it is 2 parcels, but it will include this tiny parcel here that it has a recorded access agreement indefinitely. So the lots the residents who live here, they'll always have access to Barton into Sierra Vista to go to their lots. And I'll definitely get into that later, and I'll explain it more. So to continue with the existing site, so let's just say we're on Sierra Vista. We just drove into Sierra Vista and we are facing south. That is the top image. So what you'll see is just dry shrubs and the hillside. We all see that hillside, and many of us have hiked on it. This right here to the left of the top image, that is an existing trail that many of the local residents access to get to the hillside. I do want to note they are trespassing because that is a private lot, so they're taking this existing trail to go to the hillsides instead of going to Holder Crooks Park or other public parks that have legal access to the hillside for those trails. So now we're looking at the image on the bottom. So this is that same trail that I just pointed out on the top. This is where a lot of people go. They walk through the communities and into the hillside to go hike. This is another private road. This takes you up to houses. That's Valley Vista Road. The top image, again, so let's just pretend we're on Sierra Vista and I'm looking at the hillside. If I look to my right, I will see what appears to be a roadway right here, a dirt road, because it is. So here's a dirt road and here's the southern hillside, and then these are residences right here to the right on the top image. The middle image, if I'm on Sierra Vista again, that is what I see when I look to my left. These are the homes adjacent to Lot N. Well, most of them have access through Lot N, so these are the homes on the hillside. So if I'm a homeowner right here, I'd be looking down into the cemetery valley, and then there's that trail access way to get to the hills. The bottom image is actually on Oakwood Drive. So we went from Sierra Vista, and now the bottom image, we're on Oakwood Drive. I do want to note that Oakwood Drive was part of the original proposal. After the Planning Commission public hearings, they decided to close it off. It is no longer an entrance to the cemetery because those were the concerns of the residents, and the applicant decided to close it off. So what we see when we see that yellow barrier on the left is Loma Linda. So we were at one point thinking to allow them to enter through Oakwood Drive, which is an existing road, Oakwood Drive, but now we're no longer doing that. To the right of the yellow barrier, this is City of Colton. That is Colton, and they already have their conditional use permit in place. So this brush up here, the hillside right here, will be developed because Colton has entitled it for the expansion project on their side. But there will be, I'm going to repeat one more time, there will be no public access into Oakwood Drive through that neighborhood. Okay, so this is the existing Montecito Memorial Park. I showed you the existing site, and now this is the existing Montecito Memorial Park. So what you're gonna see here, if you have not visited the site just yet, lush green grass, lots of trees, lots of shade, very well maintained. And then here, this image, I chose this image because this is what I imagine if this comes to Loma Linda. So they will develop the site with green, lush landscape and trees and hardscape and the cremation gardens or burial gardens. And in the back, as you can see in the image, is hillside, undisturbed hillside in its natural form. Colton does a similar review and approval. So the next couple slides are going to be a summary of what happened at the Planning Commission meeting. You were provided copies of the minutes, but I'm going to make sure I go into detail of what happens. That way, like I said, I'm just going to lay it all out there, all of the concerns and everything that the applicant has chosen to do in order to change and tweak his project before he comes to City Council. So July 7th was our first public hearing. Planning Commission reviewed the project. There was numerous public comment, the same as today. We were filled room, and that evening, residents engaged in the planning process and shared their concerns. The project was continued to July 21st. After the meeting on the 7th, city staff and a few residents stayed behind after to continue discussing the issues. Over the next few days after that July 7th meeting, staff and the applicant considered the concerns and requests, and the applicant revised the plans, and the items of concerns and requested changes included the first one, in which I would, in my opinion, seem to be the most popular one, traffic and congestion. More specifically, concerns on Oakwood Drive. Most of the people requested to close it and did not want any public to go through there. There were a few concerns that it was going to go through Sierra Vista too, but I do want to clarify that it was never going to be an entrance on Sierra Vista, as stated on the original plans. The applicant updated the plans and he closed Oakwood Drive as a main entrance to the park, so primary access will continue now only through Colton entrances. Another issue of concern was emergency access. Adjacent residents north of the subject site desired 2 points of emergency access. So the applicant offered more of his land to provide a new 12-foot evacuation route for ingress-egress purposes. Applicant will bear the cost to grade and maintain the area, as well as install a fence and record the access easement. And if any of you guys live on Lawton Avenue up on the hillside, you know you only have one way in and one way out. In this particular case, the existing residents only had one way in, one way out, like most cul-de-sac neighborhoods. But now they're going to have two in case of an emergency, because that is what the applicant will be offering now as part of this new design that has been included in your packet. The third area concerned that we noticed was walking trails, the desire to continue having pedestrian access to the south. So I do want to clarify to the audience, if they're not aware of it, and to the council members, the trail was never going to be removed, but relocated to the east perimeter of the property so the public can continue to access the hills to the south. Environment and water. City contracted with Lilburn to prepare an environmental initial study pursuant to CEQA. The environmental experts and City Public Works confirmed the city has enough water capacity to serve the site. The applicant will consider the usage of his private well first, as this would be the most cost-effective method for the cemetery. In addition, staff is requesting that council add a condition of approval to require the developer to use purple pipe recycled water when it becomes available. So that is a condition that us staff will be asking that you include in your motion tonight should you decide to go forward with the project. Property value concerns. Staff researched academic reports regarding this concern. The reports found that there is no significant price effect attributed to cemetery proximity, and in some communities they are next to maintained cemeteries, the cost per square foot actually goes up. So some of the articles that I included today was the appraisal journals, cemetery proximity and single family house price. the authors concluded that when all observations are tested in a single model, the results are consistent with the limited previous studies on this topic, no significant price effect attributed to cemeteries. And in Redfin, everybody's favorite app to search homes and home prices, they too concluded that there's not significant effect cemetery to residential. In fact, in their articles, they're saying that the cost per square foot is more when it's closer to a cemetery. And today, staff decided to do an independent search, and we chose a site in Beaumont, Mountain View Cemetery, and we looked at the cost per square foot from the homes that are directly facing Mountain View Cemetery, as well as many blocks back. I think we went 5 blocks or so, and there was no significant difference. The cost per square foot is consistent, at least at Mountain View Cemetery. Safety and fire concerns. Staff explained to Planning Commission and the audience those 2 evenings that this semi-public open space would actually provide a fire break from the hillside to the residents. And that dry brush that you see will be no more because it'll be developed with green grass. Maintenance and operation. Staff added 6 new conditions in regards to maintenance and trash, contact information for complaints, enforcement of noise ordinance during park hours, and since the Planning Commission hearing, we are now requiring a special events permit application should the cemetery digress from their typical operational plans. That was actually a condition added by the Planning Commission on July 21st. During that hearing on July 21st, Montecito management staff was in attendance, and they shared the 24-hour contact information to the people in the audience as well, stating to them, if issues arise, here is the number. Applicant was able to address all of the primary concerns from the hearings on his revised plans. Staff believes this semi-public cemetery with open space zoning near the Hillside Conservation Zone area is the best use for this private land. On July 21st, after the presentation and public testimony was heard, the Planning Commission motioned to recommend approval. So that's a summary. This is just a quick list of the conditions that were added. I basically summarized them in the previous slide. And once again, like I said, what we're going to ask tonight as part of your motion is that the applicant, that you add the following condition: the applicant will connect to and utilize recycled reclaimed water when it is available for such purposes. So that'll just be added at the end of the conditions of approval. Site plan. So bear with me, this is going to be a long one. So funeral home and main offices, like I said before, they are on the Colton property. We all enter from Colton, from Washington and Waterman. So at this site, on the Loma Linda side, improvements would occur on 18.53 acres. It is the area shown on green on the image. And remember, this is a total of 51 acres, but they will only be doing improvements on 18.5 acres. Again, the site will include 3 mausoleums and an administration building. There will be 15.6 acres of landscaping that includes burial lawns and cremation gardens, and approximately 4,160 linear feet of internal roadways. The remaining 32.64 acres, much of the hillside, so right here in white on the image for those who are online, it's the white area that says undeveloped area. The remaining 32.64 acres would continue as undeveloped natural open space. This includes a reduction of about 5 acres of previously proposed development. It is the area shown in the hatched lines that was for a gnatcatcher buffer, and that I'll get into details later. Access continues to be through their main entrances in Colton. There is no direct access from Loma Linda anymore. Emergency fire access will continue to be through Sierra Vista and Oakwood Drive as they had before, but now the applicant is going to include a Knox box and a gate at 3 locations. So on Oakwood Drive, where there's currently, if you remember, I showed an image with the yellow barrier, right here on Sierra Vista. And right here out to the hillside, should there be an emergency, the fire trucks can go through Sierra Vista, enter the site. If they need to go up here, now they have developed roadways, so it's easier to go up the hill, or they could exit through the 3rd station And here's a pathway, which I'll show you on the next slide, and into the hills should they need to. Okay, so just to give you an idea what's going on here. So I'll start with the square to the left. So like I said, we have closed Oakwood Drive. It's no longer open to the public, and there will be a Knox box for emergency access or any special operational access for the cemetery. And should there ever be a need for any special services that must go through there, like I said, Planning Commission made a condition of approval to do a special events application that will need to be vetted and approved by staff should there ever be a need. So now I'll go to the second box. So how are they going to access the new site? Well, now they put in a new proposed road. So their existing road will just go into Oakwood Road and down into the subject site. Right here, Sierra Vista Drive, like I said, that is a parcel. It is part of the project description. It has a recorded easement right now. The recorded easement is for these residents to be able to access their lot indefinitely. Existing, and let's see, okay, so realign existing trail. So remember I told you guys that we were realigning the existing trail, and it's going to be pushed, relocated to the east. So I'm not sure if you can see on the screen, but there's this light hashed lines, that's the existing trail, but now it's going to be pushed. A 6-foot wide walking trail is going to be on the perimeter and go all the way down into the hills. Right here, where I'm showing with the red dot, that is actually an existing unrecorded driveway access, and that is going to remain. The applicant is offering 22 feet and some change to allow the residents to access their properties. So he's giving away more of his land in order to create this driveway for the residents to continue to access their property as they were before, but now he's actually going to grade it and get it ready for them. And the last thing that I want to point out, and you can't see it too well on this slide, but the next slide will be a little, we'll zoom in for you guys. Right here at the top on the northern parts of the site, you see this gray outline. Well, that is what the applicant is, after the public hearing, decided to offer an additional 12 feet of land, 12 feet wide land for emergency egress and ingress. So should there be an emergency for these residences, previously they would only go through Sierra Vista Drive and on to Barton. Now they have a second emergency point of access should they need to leave quickly. And also too, if you were for the, I think it's called the Laurel community, you can still access through this graded pathway and continue on to get to the hillside. So it's not as though it's going to be locked. You can still get through there walking, and should there be an emergency and you need to drive through, you just move those, I think they're water trash bins, and get them out of the way. Okay, so this is the aerial view. So I'm going to try to give you an idea of what we're looking at. So remember that roadway, that 22-foot roadway that the existing residents access right now? It is right here. This is Sierra Vista, and this is the road they currently take to get to their lot. This is lot end, so these are the people that live on the hillside looking down into the valley and up into the hills. So this layover right here is to give you an idea of what the project site will look like. So it's actually not a lot of development happening. Again, it's only 18 acres at a 51-acre site. So what you're going to see, the more leveled parts of the property, not the hill, because it'd be difficult to develop a mountain, right? So what on the more leveled part of the properties, it's going to be lush green. It's going to be the forest structures. We're going to see the roadways. And here's that 22-foot, 3-inch roadway that's being offered to the residents right there. And then like I was saying, so if you're in the community where the senior apartments are, or the 57 home track northwest, If you see, you can just go through the offered easement, north to south to east, back to south, and then here's that Knox box. I'm pointing at it with my red pointer, and out to the hillside. So you still have access for your hikings and your pedestrian trails.
Before you leave that slide, I just want to clarify. The yellow or mustard line that we see coming down, that's the Loma Linda border, correct? So anything north or east of that is Loma Linda. Anything west of that is Colton, correct?
That is incorrect. So Jarb is pointing at the jurisdictional boundaries. So what we're looking at right here, this is the Loma Linda proposal. So right here, this black hashed line.
I'm confused. Jarb, what were you saying?
This line on the west side is Colton.
Yes.
This here is Loma Linda.
This is Loma Linda.
Yeah, but what about the orange on the?
The mustard color is actually, I was trying to show you where there is pedestrian access to get to the hillside. So I was saying, if you come from the senior apartments where you start, here's the easement, the roadway he's offering.
I understand. I understand what you're saying there. But the mustard colored line.
The thin one.
That's from north, well, let me see. Yeah, north to east to south. That's Loma Linda border?
This whole thing is in Loma Linda.
Huh?
The whole thing is in Loma Linda. It's a proposed walkway.
All of it?
Yes, proposed a trail, you call it.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
And so as a reminder too, the hatch lines, remember the existing trail, it's here right now. It's about a 6-foot trail. It will now be moved to the perimeter, the eastern perimeter of the site. And yes, the site, they are proposing to have a wrought iron fence. So you would be hiking next to the wrought iron fence and the dirt brush on the hillside right here. And then here's the exit. So once you go adjacent to the cemetery, you exit out into what is like a paper street, Sage Drive right here, out into the hillside. And the hatch lines, again, that is the area that the applicant gave up. He had to reduce his proposal for a gnat catcher buffer. Landscaping, so the existing drainage pattern, storm volume, and flow rates will be preserved. The perimeter will include a border of trees such as southern magnolia, jacaranda, Afghan pine, crepe myrtles to act as a buffer between homes and the cemetery. The proposed landscaping will provide a
Councilman Daly, you're lost. Yeah, I am, but go ahead. We'll come back. We'll get me caught up.
Okay, so here's the landscaping plan. Again, what you see right here is Loma Linda. Anything to the left of it is City of Colton. And there will be 32 acres undisturbed in its natural landscape. So on the top left is an image that kind of gives the idea. So those residents that are north and directly adjacent to the site, the applicant has provided this image so you can better understand as you drive through. So the closest residence is 110 feet from the proposed fence, okay? And he's providing shrubs as a buffer as well as trees as a buffer. So if you live right here, you'll be looking into a brand new fence with trees and shrubs. Again, those were the concerns, and the applicant has offered to create that line of a buffer. You see at the bottom right-hand corner, that's an example. And he's proposing southern magnolias. To give you an idea of how high they can go up to 80 feet with a spread of 40 feet. And jacarandas are part of the proposal too. Those are 25 to 40 feet in height, equal spread. Afghan pines up to 40 feet height, 20 spread. So this kind of gives you the idea of the type of trees that you will see in this new open space parcel. There are plenty of shade, plenty of areas to have a picnic if you should decide to do so. The next few images are existing cemetery sites that the applicant has worked on, to give you an idea of the communities he's worked with. So Glen Abbey Cemetery in Chula Vista. There's a protected view for these custom-made homes of varied sizes. It's very similar to Loma Linda. You can see the relationship of these houses to the cemetery. Most houses in this community are not screened from the view of the cemetery and beyond. So you see houses here on top looking down into the cemetery. Same for the bottom image. Again, this is Chula Vista. This is Newport Beach Cemetery. There's 35 homes directly adjacent. Most of these residents wanted to keep their long distance views of open space, so there was little tree screening as they weren't concerned about the cemetery. A couple houses do have heavy tree and shrub screens though, as shown in this bottom right-hand corner. You can barely see the house. I have a red arrow pointing to it. So there's a house that wanted screening from the cemetery, and they got their screening from the cemetery. As with Loma Linda, the applicant understands it is important they screen homes from view.
Can I pause you real quick? About how much longer do you think we're going to go with this?
20 minutes.
Okay. Does everybody want to take a break for a little bit, or do you want to keep going? How's everybody doing out there? Keep going? Okay.
Okay, so this is the site, Montecito, looking towards Paulson Drive. This is a view of a heavily screened portion of homes along Paulson Montecito. Other areas have significantly less trees. We understand that. And after the public hearing, there was a consensus that they wanted it screened, so the applicant has offered that on his landscaping plan. Again, that is what we heard the public say, and the applicant offered it. Elevations and floor plans, it's going to look like the adjacent site. It's going to be consistent. Nothing's going to be over 24 feet in height. Okay, so the next two slides, they are regarding the fire plan. I'm not an expert in fire, so at this time I am going to welcome Fire Marshal Tom Ingalls to describe the two plans he required as part of the review process. You did get a copy of these plans in your set, and you also got attachments describing the requirements when you develop close to the hillside, and he'll get into those details.
Thank you, Lorena. My name is Tom Ingalls, Fire Marshal, City of Loma Linda. You can see there was a lot of back and forth with city staff and this applicant, and I would say a lot of it had to do, or a good majority, with fire department corrections. We obviously take fire and life safety very important, very seriously, and especially when it's in the, this applicant is proposing a development in the very high fire hazard severity zone. This is developed by CAL FIRE. They create something called frat maps based on previous fires and weather, topography, all that stuff. People with a bunch of alphabet soup behind their names, much smarter than I am, come up with these maps and decide, you know, where's the big fire hazard. So with that being said, the City of Loma Linda has a couple requirements. In the conceptual phase, the biggest things I'm concerned about are access and water. We got to make sure we can get to the place in the event of emergency, and then we obviously have to make sure there's water availability in the case we got to tap into it. This project, the concept that we're looking at today, does meet those requirements in the conceptual phase. They went ahead and went through, the City of Loma Linda has a 57-page water access and fire department access guideline that the applicant went through, met our requirements. We went back and forth on some stuff. Some of the stuff on this project had to do with the width of the street to make sure the fire department access, the turnarounds to make sure they met our specifications, and then also the Knox box locations and et cetera, to make sure not only that we can get onto their property, but then we can make emergency access to not only the existing homes, but also the South Hills in the event of an emergency. The other thing that the applicant had to comply with is, because they're in that high fire zone, is a fuel modification guideline. This is a 27-page document that the City of Loma Linda Fire Department has that we give applicants that they have to adhere to, and that's going to be what the fuel reduction and removal. The best example I can give for this project, one of the places I went to college for the fire academy and paramedic school was Crafton Hills College. I don't know if you guys are local or not, but Crafton Hills College used to have a 6-hole golf course, and what that really was a fire break for the for the university. And this is really what's going to happen here. We actually have plant species and shrubs and ground cover that have done fire and flame spread tests on that are going to be, that have to be approved by us and that are going to go into this project. And so really what it's going to do, it's actually going to improve your fire conditions in this valley, because now you're going to have living fire resistant shrubs, ground cover, and trees in this canyon that's going to create a little bit more of a fire break, kind of like the golf course at Crafton Hills College. As you can see here, we also have outlines and guidelines that they have to, keep so much clearance from the structures. It's 100 feet in different zones, and those zones are highlighted in the different colors. The closer you get to the actual structures, the more stringent we become on the type of plants and how high they have to be trimmed and how far away they have to be from the buildings, because the studies show that that's really what causes a lot of these big loss of property and wildland fires, is the overgrowth in the trees and stuff near the structures. The other thing is the building structures have to be fire resistant. So the administrative building is going to have stuff put into place like no wood shake roof, the boxed in eaves, spark arresters on the attic vents. To help with that, it's going to be fully sprinklered. There's going to be hydrant locations right there for us as well. And then the 2 mausoleums, the 2 or 3 mausoleums, those are going to be concrete. And those are, I haven't seen concrete burn in a really long time. So those are fire resistant construction. So it's actually improving the fire conditions in this area. And like I said, the applicant and I went back and forth on access. They met all of our criteria for that in that 57-page document. And then the water availability for this project. And then they are going to do all the field modifications for this project to make sure it's battle hardened for in the event that there's a wildfire in the area. I'm here to answer any questions when it comes to fire department access, water, and the criteria we had for this project. All right.
Okay, moving along, try to be a little bit quicker. Environmental review, like I said, we went through CEQA, we did the initial study. Some of the environmental factors that we looked at that stood out was transportation, traffic, cultural, tribal, biological. As with all cultural projects and tribal resources in Loma Linda, we're usually contacted by San Manuel, so we included their mitigations as part of those conditions of approval. Transportation, it's insignificant. There's no conflict with Measure V, and vehicle miles traveled, which is required now. It's a local serving use, so there's no impact. And now that Oakwood Drive entry is not part of the project anymore, expect even less traffic to go through Loma Linda or none. So that gnatcatcher I was telling you about, because the site project is within critical habitat for the federally listed California gnatcatcher, a special survey was required. So a biologist did 9 surveys 2 weeks apart and determined there was a presence of gnatcatchers. The biologist consulted with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service regarding the incidental take permit for the gnatcatcher and indicated that the project could move forward without a take permit if he reduces the scope of the project. Hence, those hatch lines that were on the site plan, 5 acres of land was reduced from the original proposal to maintain that required 500-foot buffer from any gnatcatcher occurrence and avoid potential habitat. So on the basis of the analysis within the initial study, the city has concluded the project will not have a significant effect on the environment with the incorporation of the mitigation measures, and therefore we prepared a mitigated negative declaration for your review and recommendation of adoption. Drainage and water plan, the site has lost 5 acres due to the gnatcatcher buffer, as well as 0.28 0.8 acres that was offered for that emergency access for those local residents on the north. So those areas will be left undisturbed now, and at complete build-out, which would be probably 20 to 30 years from now, they'd be using at most approximately 19 million gallons. We were aware that there was residents that thought it would be a lot more, but again, 19 million gallons, they're gonna try to access their existing well site first. Public noticing and comments, the image to the right, and if I'm going too fast, just let me know. I'm just trying to speed this through for you guys. The image to the right is the map of everybody who received public noticing. It is within the dark black boundary. So if you are outside of the required 300-foot noticing. So most of that, I believe it's called the Laurel community, the 57 tract to the northwest. Most of them did not receive a comment, possibly that corner one did, but everybody else within the boundaries as required per state law received a notice. So noticing went out to the newspaper, it went out for Planning Commission and for City Council. It went out July 28th, and it was published, mailed, posted, and also on the city website. For this specific public hearing, we did receive one official comment today by Mr. Page, the adjacent owner of the subject site. I believe all of you guys had a copy via email, and I provided you a copy at the dais earlier today. He also included a petition that was going on in person and on change.org, so you have a list of those residents. And then also right before the meeting, I received another petition, I think with 300 or so, or 500 signatures. It's on your desk, sorry, I just got it before the meeting. And that is in favor of the project. So now you have 2 petitions in your hands. Findings, like with every project in your staff report, is a long list of findings. These are the 2 findings I wanted to include for the presentation in order to support approval of the conditional use permit, general plan amendment, and zone change. Suitability with the neighborhood, and this is the finding staff made. Site abuts the existing Montecito Memorial Park on the west, as well as the recently entitled site. The hillside conservation zone is to the south, vacant lots to the east, then further east is more residential. Open space will be complementary and consistent with the area and future development patterns, rather than a large residential development. The proposed general plan amendment and zone change will not result in a significant adverse effect on the environment or be detrimental to the surrounding community, and instead serve the public health, safety, and general welfare of the city while providing the social advantages resulting from an orderly, planned use of land resources. The second finding that I wanted to note was the housing no net loss law. Currently, the site has the capacity to accommodate 186 residential units. With this change, the city can still accommodate the jurisdiction's share of the regional housing need in that the housing element sites inventory indicates a surplus of 226 available residential units in the above moderate category. Amending the site from low-density residential to open space will not negatively affect regional housing needs allocation requirements or conflict with the no net loss law, because upon adoption of the amendment to the land use and zoning maps, there will continue to be a surplus of 40 units in the same category in Loma Linda. And if you recall, not too long ago, a couple months, the consultants with MIG presented that site's inventory to you for our housing element. General plan. For those of you that don't know, the general plan is the long-term vision for Loma Linda. It's a document created by this community that lists goals and guiding principles for the distribution of future land use. Part of staff's responsibilities is to use this plan as the basis of our land use decisions and recommendations. As we review incoming applications, we vet them to make sure they comply with development standards. We offer changes and amendments to the plans or codes as needed. And most importantly, that whatever comes through, we make sure it embodies the public policy or priorities expressed in the general plan. On the screen are the 2 principles staff applied to the project. New development shall be planned and constructed in a manner that preserves natural scenic vistas and protects against intrusion on the viewshed areas. The hillside areas of the city of Loma Linda, its planning area and its sphere of influence are important to the community and shall be preserved in as natural a state as possible, consistent with the hillside conservation amendments and the standards set forward in our Measure V document. Okay, so conclusion. The applicant is providing the most appropriate design and layout. It is compatible with the existing and future land use patterns in the area. Conditions are in place to ensure appropriate compliance with mitigations and standards. The final initial study has been updated to reflect the revised plans, including a reduction in developable acreage to avoid that California gnatcatcher critical habitat, and findings have been made to support approval of the project. So staff and the Planning Commission are recommending the city take the following actions listed on the plan. So I went through my presentation very quick. I apologize, but I know there's lots of public comment tonight. So I want to give them the opportunity to speak too, without taking up too much time. But right now, I'm here for questions. The applicant and his team are here for questions if you decide to do questions first.
Okay, at the council level, who'd like to start?
And let me know if you want to switch the side to the site plan or any images you'd like to see.
Powers? Yeah, if everybody's comfortable with that, we can open the public comment. Okay. Yeah, how does everybody feel about taking a break, or do you want to power through? We'll power through, so if you guys are good, we're good. Okay. Everybody wants to keep going, so we'll open the public comment. If you got to run to the restroom real quick. And I have a list here, and I'm sure there probably will be more outside the list, but we need to hold to the 3 minutes, so are we ready for that? You guys have control of that. We don't hardly ever use it, so I'm just making sure we got control of the 3-minute timer, or no? Okay. Sorry. Okay, Mr. Bill Arnold, you're up, sir.
Thanks for putting me at the top of the list.
Only in the order I was given.
I know. Well, everybody's being nice to you to start with, so I'll keep that going. Thank you, Mayor Duper, for taking me, and Councilman Daly, my son's dean through medical school, and neighbor Brigsby, former mayor. I'm just sort of getting all my points in here as I go. Thank you for that. That was a fantastic. It makes me feel better and worse all at the same time. My name is Bill Arnold. I live on the west end of Lawton there. I'm one of the homes that would be overlooking this project, which is why I'm here. I appreciate the comments on noise. I'm not too worried about that right now in the cemetery, although maybe that could be a concern later on. That was a little levity here, but let's keep going. I should have been at the Planning Commission. I can see there's a lot of things that I'd like to have commented on there, and that's my fault for not being a good citizen. But just a couple of things to think about. This seems to me to have some things that at least smack at the spirit of Measure V. I know it doesn't cross the line, but it seems to border on the spirit of what Measure V was about. I also have some questions on its application to the general plan. I know it speaks of open space, but there are buildings going back there. That's one of the concerns I have as to the general plan and to the view it talked about. Some of the pictures were very nice of parks, but anybody who's driven by Montecito knows that's not what it looks like. That's neither good nor bad, but it doesn't look like that. So I don't know if there are some plans for what decorations can be applied on grave sites on that area. But many of those homes that were bought with that view and with the privacy of what was there. To lose that, and I appreciate the comments, but I'm wondering how that does affect home values. There are 16 to 18, maybe more properties along there, and I'm wondering about how that will affect their views and their property value. The access to property past Sierra Vista is also compromised. I appreciate that they have given access to the homes that are adjacent to Sierra Vista and off of it, but those of us who are further down that canyon, the trail you saw that agreed is probably not an official road, but that is the only access that the homes past where it comes off the blacktop have. We have no other access to the back of that property. There is no access from Lawton to the back of that property. So half of our property of all of those homes is going down that hill to the bottom, and we have no way of getting to that property if that is cut off. So we got a problem there. The increased activity, et cetera, et cetera. Environmental, I have a question there. Even though they have the study, we're already, there's a lot of coyotes. We're already pushing them, and other wildlife that I know we're preserving the gnats, but I don't know about the rest of the animals.
Hey, Bill.
My time's up.
We're there.
So I'd like for us to at least consider access that's available to the rest of the homes down Lawton, and there be something provided for us. If this goes further, I hope we can hold off on this vote for some further study. Thank you.
Thank you. Heidi. And I'm sorry, I'm going to struggle with some writing here. So Heidi, that's good enough? Okay, thank you.
Yes, and I do agree with what he just said. That is not what it looks like. I know they showed a picture at Paulson, towards Paulson Drive. I live on Paulson Drive. That is not in any way, shape, or form what it looks like. In fact, they've routinely come through and chopped all our trees down, and they sometimes have been hanging over our property by 6 feet, chopping our own trees down in our yards. And so I know I heard a lot of nice things. It sounds great. But that's not the reality of it. And the entire reason that I came to speak, because I do live at 24251 Paulson Drive, was that our backyard abuts the cemetery currently. So this was something that we already live with. I felt that some of the comments that were made during the Planning Commission stating that the neighbors were merely emotional people who are afraid of change was incredibly erroneous, and I felt that the city really actually needed to hear from somebody that lives there, that lives with it every day, and that is currently affected by the extensive amount of noise, litter, and public disturbance on a daily basis. So we moved in October of 2004. We were already aware as homeowners that there's going to be a cemetery behind us. We are not afraid of living in a cemetery. We were told that it would be a quiet park-like setting, as they tried to tell you here. That is actually not the case. Once Dignity took it over, they opened it up for live bands to play during funeral services. I have brought a recording of what it sounds like daily in my backyard. It has also been emailed to all of you. I think is it Vince Page had sent you a link to an audio file. Do you want me to play it right now? Should I try playing it in here? Okay.
Go ahead.
All right, so let me try to play it and see how it comes across in here. But this is a daily occurrence for us. It goes on like that for hours and hours. That was actually just opening up my sliding glass door and from standing in my kitchen. I did go ahead and check the decibel reading. That is between 73 to 75 decibels. And when these bands come in, they play for 2 to 3 hours, and we can have multiple of them in a day. This is a daily occurrence. It echoes throughout our neighborhood. We hear it on the back of our house because our house does abut to the cemetery, but we also hear it on the front of our house. There is not one room in my entire house that I could go to get away from that noise. It is absolutely horrific. It shows up in everything that I do. This year we have been home because of COVID. So when I'm doing webinars or I'm trying to record anything for students, Zoom meetings, my own dictation software, it'll pick up it. My children are at home as well because of COVID, and it was very difficult for them to even concentrate and listen above this type of noise. If we compare 73 to 75 decibels, that's a comparison noise to standing next to a freeway with cars going 65 to 70 miles per hour, or standing 25 feet from a train going at full speed. And we know that railways as well as freeways are required to have sound walls when they're in a residential area. However, we do not have a sound wall. In addition, of course, to all of this extensive noise, I would tell you, not only do we hear it every single day of the week, I believe at the Planning Commission they said it's only Monday through Friday, and from 8 until the last service starting at 2. The last service starts at 2. Mind you, those bands will go for at least 2 to 3 hours, taking you to at least 5 o'clock, if not later. But more than that, it is on the weekends and it is on holidays. So all day Sabbath, this is what we listen to. If you would like to have a peaceful lunch after church or even attempt to take a nap, you cannot do it. There's absolutely no way. All day New Year's Day, we had bands. It is an incessant and constant frustration. We have called about it multiple times, and we're told they can't do anything about it. Or in the case of holidays, we're told they're all off enjoying their holiday, but we would like to enjoy our holiday as well. So this is a constant thing. If you actually look at the decibel readings of a drum, especially with the fact that they bring in microphones, amplifiers, and speakers, and they set them up and go for hours, that amount of decibel reading at the actual source can be 100 decibels. So you have that ringing out over your hillside, it is going to significantly impact a number of people. And I don't feel that that was taken into consideration when they looked at the environmental impact reports or the reports to about the individuals in the area, let alone the animals. So the dogs in the neighborhood just go absolutely berserk.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to
fine.
cut you off, but we gave you a little extra because you played the sound for us. There may be some questions, we may come back to that, or do you want to ask her a question now?
Quick question. When you say you called, did you mean you called the city or you called the applicant?
Well, this has been our difficulty, is that nobody can tell us exactly in what jurisdiction this area is located in. So if we call Colton, they tell us it's Loma Linda. If we call Loma Linda, they tell us it's Colton. If we call the office, they tell us they don't have staff to deal with us. That's what happens.
Can I ask one
Yes, sir.
clarification question? If I understand you, Heidi, your concern with this development is that it will extend and proliferate the problem you're describing. Is that correct?
Absolutely. I definitely do feel that. And any of the things that, when we have talked to individuals that they have promised us, none of it has come true. And so they talk a good talk, but none of it's true.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Bobby. Thanks. Thanks for sparing me and having to read it, because I'll mess it up, I know.
Yeah, I'm Bobby Coltfarber. I'm Heidi's husband, and I live at 24251 Paulson Drive. And I have 3 points that kind of frustrated us, and this is just kind of points to the development of Montecito in general. You know, the whole expansion that they showed and said it's already been conditionally approved in the city of Colton, gone through all the rules. Well, they're adhering to the 300-foot rule, but they're not even putting a sign up on the property. I mean, we're walking up there, we're hiking, we're doing stuff, and you guys have a firehouse that's in the middle of an orange grove, and they put a sign on there so people know what's going on. And so, like, our house just happens to be, you know, abutting the cemetery, but we're not within 300 feet of the development. So we didn't even know about this until July 9th when we were talking with our neighbors one night, and they all came to the July 7th hearing. So we didn't even have a chance to come and bring our grievances about noise and other things that were seen as not non-impacting in the initial environmental document. And you can tell just from what my wife is showing, I mean, this is something that's happening. And I understand people have a right to develop their property. I understand people have a right to grieve, but it seems like, it kind of gets amped up because people are out there and they're seeing this. And so next thing you know, there's like 4 horns. Next thing you know, there's 7 drums. Next thing you know, so there's like no way to regulate that. So, I brought that up during the planning commission. It was virtually. And I can see that they said that they're going to have something with regards to a noise ordinance. But I just, like my wife's saying, there's no real trust with our neighbor being able to enforce that, just from our experience. The second item is, during the 4th of July, people go up and they're launching fireworks. And, if we are giving access to the very top of the hill that basically allows people to go up there, someone's going to want to go up there and launch a firework, and we have a lot of area that is still natural. And so what happens if that shoots over there and it doesn't even appear that they're going to have like a fire hydrant at the top of the hill because it's hard to get those flows up there, but we're able to have water up there for landscaping. So there's a concern. I mean, what happens when that catches on fire, And it doesn't, I don't know. I mean, now, I know fire said that it meets the requirements, but, in the current state, people don't have a paved road to drive up to the top of that hill and do stuff. I mean, it's just a trail to get up there. So now we're just inviting them to go up there, launch some fireworks, and what happens if it catches that whole hill on fire? And then the third thing was with regards to just, they come across as wanting to be a good neighbor, and I know that, you call into the office, you talk with them, you get passed around a couple times, but, I don't know, I know they gave us a number for the main supervisor, but I just don't know what kind of assurances that they can provide to us moving forward that, they can actually do anything about these groups that are back there, because it does impact us as being local residents. So.
When you say they and them, you're talking about the Montecito administration?
Well, I mean, and like my wife's saying, because there's, speakers, microphones, there's a component of coordination that appears that it's coming from Montecito with whatever package that people are buying, to celebrate their loved one's life. But then because of that's going on, there's no like, hey, you guys are being too noisy, or hey, during COVID, there's 200 people out there and they're, we can't even send our kids to school because they were worried about things, but they're all able to be out in the cemetery, basically just the other side of the wall. And I can't, so now like, we didn't let our kids in the backyard. So we didn't get to use our backyard for, 6-7 months because, you're afraid for what's happening with that. So, and they only have one security guard. So how can they, manage the people that are back there? I don't know. It's just, it seems like they're saying they don't have enough resources. So it just doesn't really put a level of trust, or you don't know if they're going to be able to handle it, especially, we knew what we were getting into because we're buying next to a cemetery, but now all of our neighbors on the hill that thought they were going to have these nice acre homes or quarter acre homes all through that valley are going to have to deal with this themselves. And so the fact that there wasn't a sign, that we could have come and talked or even commented on the initial study when it was released, just shows that they're not really good neighbors. I mean, the other developer, High Point, they put a sign up. It must not even be part of code, but these guys didn't do anything. I mean, there's a sign that's shown on there that a homeowner had to put up. It's a tiny sign, it's not even a big 6-foot sign that you normally would see if you're a developer trying to be neighborly. So.
Yes, sir.
How long have you owned the house that you're in?
We've owned it since new, so we've been there since 2001.
Is this
2004.
Is this a recent evolution, or has this been occurring for all that time?
So the initial managers that owned it, it was, we never had this issue, but at the same time, they didn't have the cemetery developed out behind our house, but you never heard the bands on the other side of the cemetery. Now, it seems like just with the new development that's come through, and maybe it's just the people that are buying the plots, now we've got these big bands that are always going in that area. So, and we attribute it to Dignity, but I don't know if it really is Dignity the reason that, we have these bands there. So,
can I ask you, you guys are on Polson, right?
We are, yeah.
And Mr. Lozano, from your neighborhood?
I don't know.
Okay. I worked with him over the last couple of years over issues on Oakwood, just above Oakwood, before we put the barricade up. Were those issues that affected you folks too?
I mean, yeah, we saw it when you'd go walking up through there. So, you know, where the prostitution, whatever else that was going on in that area. So I think it's been less since the barricades have gone up. So.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, sir. And Madison, I'm assuming a relative of yours.
Yes, hi, I'm Madison Colt-Farber. I'm their daughter. Some of the things that we were getting with that, the noise was really, really bad, especially with COVID and having to study at home. It was so hard to concentrate that my academics were going down by a lot. And there's multiple people that live in our neighborhood that are students of the same school that I am a part of. And it was really, really hard to be able to grasp some of the concepts our teachers were teaching us while that was going on, because the drums would keep going over and over and over again. And it's not easy to sit down and work on hard math when that's going on, distracting you. Another thing is it's used more as like a park where people go to have barbecues and go eat, and there's kids running over other people's graves playing, which I think is kind of disrespectful in a way, and it also attributes to the noise, which I don't want other people to have to deal with. So I just hope you keep that in your consideration.
Thank you very much. Daniel Venditti?
Hello. I also live on Paulson Drive, and I can say living next to a cemetery is anything but peaceful. As they've said, the bands, but it's not just bands. They'll bring stereo systems. If they don't have that, they'll just open the car doors, blare the radio, and they really do treat it like a park. Huge families come, they bring several ice chests, they bring barbecues, and not just the little barbecues, I mean, full ones with propane, side burner. It's ridiculous. And the noise is crazy. Kids running all over, they bring soccer balls, they bring huge bouncy balls that they kick and run all over the place. But the bands are that piercing trumpet, and the drums just goes through. We have newer homes, double pane windows. You can hear it through every room in the house. You can hear it over the TV. You can hear it over our own stereo system. The noise is incredible. It really is. And then trash gets blown over or thrown over the walls. I don't know, but we're always picking up trash. They did put up trees, but they put them so close to our property that they overhang. They're constantly dropping leaves. We used to have a nice garden, but that was overshadowed. We wasn't even getting sunlight, and constantly picking up leaves. The roots have grown underneath the block wall. It took us years to finally get them to come out and trim them down some, but they barely did, and that's a temporary solution as far as the leaves and the shade. But we still have all of our planter beds are just roots from their trees. But the noise is just the main thing. It's just, and it's not just funerals, it's not just holidays. If it's the deceased's birthday or anniversary, there's any occasion, there's huge parties out there. And it's just up to 30 people we've counted before. So, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And Debbie, I'm assuming you and Mr. Venditti are related?
I don't want to beat a dead horse, but it's pretty absurd. My mom lived with us for 10 years, and she had Alzheimer's, so she didn't understand. And she had TV ears, too, to listen. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. I'm Debbie Venditti. This is my husband, Daniel. I don't want to beat a dead horse, but the noise is just something we shouldn't have to deal with. My mom lived with us for 10 years, and she had Alzheimer's, and she couldn't understand. I can't hear the TV. And she'd be covering her ears, and every day it was just constant. You just can't get away from it. I'm a teacher. I had to teach out of the house for a year and a half. Brutal. Just, there's no escaping it. Upstairs, downstairs, it doesn't matter. The house is almost 4,000 square feet, but you cannot find a place where you can get some peace and quiet. It's just absurd. You can't move either. Nobody wants to buy the houses. I mean, despite what they say about the property values, maybe it's conjecture, maybe we're not, we're assuming that's why they're not buying, but when the market and things were flying off, everybody's listing their houses the day they're gone. We had an appraisal done, and they told us, couldn't even give us value because nothing sold since 2017. The guy across the street listed 4 times. Finally sold for 120 less than what he first listed for 6 months later. And that's the only sale that happened this summer that I know about. There was one other house listed, but nobody wants to buy because you can't even show the house without hearing the cemetery. So our houses are worthless. You can't leave it, and you don't want to stay in it. You don't go out in the backyard. It's really no life there. We leave because the bands, they've played for 8 hours before. 8 hours. And the trees, ridiculous. We fight with the city. We have to file a complaint with Colton. Colton goes out and finds them. First they tell them you have to fix the problem, cut the trees that hang sometimes 10 feet in. So it completely covers the backyard. They drop. Daniel cut down a 10-foot tree yesterday that grew from seeds from their trees. They're constantly having to pull up trees from them. The city of Colton will go out and tell them they need to trim the trees. They can't make them take them out, though. So those roots that are at least 2 inches thick that have come all through our beds are our problem. We've asked them to take them out. Their landscapers have come over and said, these need to be out. We recommended to the board that these be taken out. And the board said, no, we're not paying for that. So they've refused to take those trees out. They built trees that are going to grow 40 feet, and they do. They're huge. But then they come over our fence, and they cover the whole yard. And there's nothing we can do about it. And the city said all they can do is make them trim them. But it took us 2 years just to get this last trim. 2 years of fighting. And I got to keep calling. They said, they said they took care of it. They showed pictures. I said, well, come back out and look. Does it look like they took care of it? And she's like, nope, I'll call them again. And they always have an excuse, well, we only have somebody come in once every year to do that. But then they don't do it. Just want you to know what you're getting into, people. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Michael Green.
I'm the applicant. It might be best if I waited till later and I could respond to technical
Okay.
questions. It might be more helpful to the council.
Sir. Scott Ward. Scott Ward, maybe you're outside. Okay. Constance Welliver. You would rather wait also? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Emil?
Hello, I live at 24536 Valley View. It's right next to where Montecito wants to expand. And I just want to voice my concerns. I walk on Oakwood every single day. And it's not just people that are being buried over there, it's visitors. You have so many visitors that are using Montecito, like a park. Just yesterday, I even called it in last night at the sheriff. You had like 20 teenagers coming up Oakwood with their 20 or 30 packs of beers to drink up there. And they're using it like a park just to play their loud music. Last Sunday, they had really loud rap music playing from Montecito, and about a week ago, they had the bands around 5 p.m. I could hear all the way in my house the bands. And the cemetery right now is about 300 to 400 feet from my house, and I could already hear this music at my house. I can't imagine having this right in my backyard. Right now, my community is one of the most peaceful and quiet communities in Loma Linda, and this will just change it drastically, the opposite of what it is right now. It's not going to be a private community or it's going to be public. And it's not something that I would really enjoy. So I want to let you guys know. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Mr. Vince Page.
Good evening, Mayor Duper and council members. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I won't repeat everything I've sent to you via email just for time. But I want to point out the environmental concerns, as I have before. The amount of water that will be projected to be used here, I think, has been very much understated. I feel that a CEQA review is probably needed. And environmental impact report done for the amount of water that this is going to use. I also want to reiterate everything that my neighbors have said. I appreciate them getting up here and sharing their experience, those that live with it right now. I live directly north of this project, probably the single largest property owner affected. I do not want this coming, into my area, because I can hear it already. The noise, the litter, everything that goes on. Just a few weeks ago, I noticed an airplane flying around with a banner. That's never happened before. And I think there's a level of mistrust here. We don't know what's coming next. Is this a cemetery or is it a park or the beach or whatever? I mean, what's coming? We don't know. And I just want to appeal to you that, as our representatives, we really depend on you to look out for our interests. And I have attempted to form a group to come up with a alternate use for this land. I believe there are some excellent uses. For example, high-end residential homes. I feel that would be much better than what we have proposed here. So I am forming a group to come up with ideas about what can be used here. I would like the opportunity to be able to share those with you. And that's what I want to say is we would just like an opportunity as a community to be consulted and asked as to what we think might be best instead of having this ramrodded and pushed down our throats. We feel we have the right to have a say in this. And so I'm asking that you please listen to that request. And that's all I'll have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Vincent, is that your phone?
Mr. Lawrence Gomez.
Mayor, can we also announce the next person in line so they can queue up?
So they can be ready to go. After that will be Rosa Gomez. And then that's all I have for this side, and then we have the applicant after that.
Okay, thanks for hearing me. Yeah, my name is Lawrence Gomez. I'm going to try to speak real quick because I know I only have 3 minutes, but I was at both of the presentations before, and I see that they expanded their presentations, and I'm telling you, there's so many holes in this thing. We live in the, at Oakwood. As soon as you come at the top of Oakwood, if you look to the north, we're that first house there. So we get to see everything and we hear everything that the neighbors have been speaking about. I'm going to tell you, first of all, there goes our privacy, there goes our seclusion. And then the music that she just played, they're talking about putting it in the valley with mountains. Imagine the sound bouncing off the mountains. Think about how far you're going to hear that. So I'm opposed to this. Also, I see that they put up, they say they're going to put up a wrought iron fence. They're going to grade the road. They're going to put up a wrought iron fence and put up all these tall trees, which require a lot of water. When it rains, if it rains, it washes out that road anyway, dirt road. So we have to come back and fix that road, or sometimes the city would do it. If you're going to, and this right here is for the applicant, if this thing goes through, we propose that you put up a wall between 8 and 10 feet tall, because those trees are gonna grow through that iron rod fence. They showed a picture of Oakwood. There's an iron rod fence there. And there's trees and there's shrubbery, and it's growing through the fence to the other side. They might be manicuring it on one side, but what about the other side? I spoke about this a couple weeks ago, and I looked down there, and they still haven't touched this. These are empty promises by Montesino. So I think that what needs to happen is they need to develop the area on the south side. Leave this area in Loma Linda alone. I think if you put homes there, that's going to improve or make our value of our homes go up. I don't know anyone, and you can ask yourself, when you're looking for a home and you decide that you want to buy a home somewhere, who says, I need to buy a home next to a cemetery? You say, I need to buy a home next to a school if I have kids, or I need to buy a home to where there's supermarkets or something like that. But nobody says, I want to buy a home and it has to be next to a cemetery. So I don't know where they get their facts from about having a home next to a cemetery and the value goes up. No, the value of the home goes down. As a matter of fact, if a home is put on the market and it's next to a cemetery, it stays on the cemetery anywhere from 62 to 68 days longer. I know my time is up. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to come up. My name is Rosa Gomez, and that's my husband, Lawrence Gomez. He said everything, and I really love what our neighbors have said, and I'm really imagining, because I'm a distance from, but if Montesino, if this project goes through, what's going to happen as I drive down my driveway, I am dead front in front of whatever they decide to put there. So I'm going to watch this daily. There is nothing wrong with change, but change cannot be a negative effect on the ones who's been there. I understand people have to bury their dead, but just like they want privacy to be able to grieve, I want privacy also to be able to enjoy my friends and family without listening to loud music. One other thing, and I said this before, because I had to sometimes go out and get the trash around our gates, but I said this before, the problem is the security. I know it sounds good for what they say, and she did a beautiful presentation, but living there, we've owned that house since 1994. It is a little exaggerating. That is not what's happening. If you come and look on my side, and I'm actually looking at it from my dining room window, and sometimes at night, I decide I'll get up and just go and look and stuff. It's what you see in the dark that counts. And a lot of times they are not, the security guard can't see it because he sits in front of Montesino, and he's just one. So my thing is, I don't know how much I could actually believe, and they're saying that Oakwood would not be an open road. Who's to say in 10 years from now what will happen? That sounds good now, but I always like to look with what the future. And then the other concern that I have is, I'm concerned about groundwater. I know they did a great survey about it would not affect, but bodies decay, caskets, they also will break down. You're talking about all of this in the ground, and eventually 10, 20, 30 years from now, I'd like to leave my home to my children, but I don't want the environment around with the ground being affected. So I'm asking you to please look at this and not just rush to something, to this, but listen to us. And vote no. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'll put a call out. Does anybody else want to come up and speak? In that way, we'll keep the two sides kind of separate. And then also online, I'm not forgetting, I think we have a couple of people queued up there too, so, okay.
Excuse me. My name is Brian Bull. I have lived, I live at 24489 Barton Road, and my property abuts the proposed development, and I'm ambivalent about this. I'm far enough away that at the present time the noise is annoying, but it's not distressing. I have inquired as to whether or not it's possible for the cemetery to limit loudspeakers and microphones. I see no reason why they need to allow that. I attended a funeral in the Montecito 2 weeks ago of a relative of mine, and our funeral was significantly interrupted by noise from 2 other funerals where bands were playing, and they were clear across the far side of the cemetery. So the noise is a problem, and we have been told several times that the bands do not play after 2 o'clock. But the phraseology, I think, was a little deceptive, because the phraseology was that the last funerals would not start after 2 o'clock. And it's correct that the bands will then play sometimes for an hour and a half. As for the trash, we have become used to picking up trash. And interestingly enough, the airplane that flew over a funeral and buzzed all of our houses about 2 weeks ago, immediately following that funeral, I came face to face with about 4 large white plastic bags in my yard with notes to the dear departed written on these plastic bags. I presume they were inflated with helium, but we always pick up helium balloons that are somewhat the worse for wear, because the prevailing winds always blow from the cemetery towards the east. On the other hand, that property is going to be developed, and it seems to me that if we could arrange for a park-like setting, and if we could deal with the noise question, it would be an appropriate way to end that part of Loma Linda. And so, as I said, I'm ambivalent. The developers have answered my primary objection, which was if they put the wrought iron fence and ran it straight up to the senior citizens housing, I was going to be completely locked in if the property next to me, which is not developed and has dry grass on it, caught on fire. And I've lived there for 50-some years, and we've had twice when fires have come down the back. This would prevent that from happening, and I think that's a very good thing. So I'm not opposed totally, but it seems to me that further consideration needs to be given to the noise question and the trash question. Otherwise, I'm happy with the development. And thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
may I just make a comment?
Yes.
And maybe this will facilitate the discussion since we're approaching 10 o'clock. My impression from the comments we've had up to this point have been that the issues are largely being good neighbors. Loud music. I had a telephone call today about volleyball being played, posts being put in, and volleyball being played on top of graves and so forth. And that has continued tonight, those kinds of issues. What is good neighborly behavior? I have not heard, I don't believe, profound objections to the overall concept of developing the land. What I have heard is concerns about continuing and even proliferating the bad neighbor behavior. And I'm wondering if there's some way that we can get to that issue. And I don't know if we have a representative from Montecito here or not.
We do.
But I do know, and Connie, I don't know you that well, but I knew your husband quite well. And I think I know Doug Wilbur well enough to know that he would want this to be a project that was, that would perpetuate the good neighborly and friendly and collaborative relationships that I think this city has become known for. You can, I mean, anybody can comment on that. But I'm wondering if we can kind of cut to the chase on this too and find out why we've got these problems that have clearly upset many of the neighbors of Montecito. And my impression is that's the basis of the complaints and issues.
I would say that's pretty good summary of what's happening here tonight, but also I think there's more than that. We've received a lot of letters and phone calls and emails and feedback about other concerns. So I don't want to minimize the other concerns that are out there, but I do agree that that's the theme that we're hearing tonight. Without taking away the opportunity for everybody to speak, because I know there's people that here that want to speak, I would say there are a whole lot of reasons why that may not be a resolution that we can get to from the way I see the world. And I'll start off and tell you why. Because number one, we have a significant problem in that this intersects two different cities. And exactly the problems that we have with crime and all the other quality of life issues is that oftentimes people get handed off back and forth between borders. And so as this is coming in right now, I'm developing a concern that we already have a problem right now. And if we talk about Montecito, we all know that they're now owned by Dignity Health, which is a worldwide organization. And so whether or not that changes because they're now a bigger corporate, I mean, they own almost all, if not all, the cemeteries in the region that I know of. So I want to get to those issues. Those are issues exactly that I want to pin down. But I don't want to limit everything else that could be coming up here too. So I agree with you. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Lawrence Cochran, and I live at 11580 Lawton Court. My property does not directly abut the development, but I'm just to the east, and I've been storing my RV in the back part of my lot. And this development has basically said that they're going to put a 6-foot walking path around the edge of the wrought iron fence, which will effectively cut me off because some of the topography of the land is too steep to drive around. And so I've brought this up at the Planning Commission, both the meetings, and have not heard from anyone in the development that says, oh, we can mitigate that by giving you some sort of access. So I'm kind of tagging on to Bill Arnold's comments. My neighbors Ron O. and Emil P. Katinian have the same concerns, and so we were just hoping to have access to our own property so that we can use the back part of our lot. And I'd be glad to hear from someone about that. Otherwise, I'm not scared to live in that proximity of the cemetery for our particular situation. I certainly sympathize with the other neighbors, though. Thank you very much.
Sir. Okay, the two people online, are they still waiting? Maybe we can get to them and then we'll bring up the applicant.
Hello, this is Mike Christensen, 24281 Paulson Drive. I want to second, and third, and fourth my neighbors on Paulson and Con, and I urge you, the council, to please do not adopt this rezoning. At least set it aside for a longer period of time. And here's some of the reasons why. The noise issues are definitely a problem. I work at home as an RN for the VA. I'm a case manager, and I have difficulties contacting and talking with my fellow veterans. I'm a third-year veteran myself. The stereo systems, the loud speakers, the horns happen all the time. I've called the number directly to Montecito, and I won't get their answering service. And it took at least 3 weeks for the general manager, Jessica Sandoval, to actually give me a call back. She was kind and said that she regards my questions concerning the music. They allow music only during the time of burial services, but it's been said that burial service can last for quite a while. So the noise issue is, yes, an issue. At the evening closing period, they use bullhorns and sirens to close till everybody place is closing. That is ridiculous. It's not something for Loma, but Montecito is not being a good neighbor. I have put up several more security cameras and security measures as a former law enforcement officer. I would suggest the security guy get night vision goggles because I'm lighting up the area with infrared, so he should be able to see out there okay. And I'm going to get more infrared cameras and stuff out there so the place should be lit up like a Christmas tree. As far as the barriers, Tony and Marie are good neighbors and on my speed dial. I wish you would move those barriers further north because that place is becoming a parking lot and a garage. People are changing their oils and tires and everything like that. It's not a Montecito related issue, but it is a city related issue. And with Oak being closed off, it's going to get worse. As a side note, yes, please move those barriers forward. Please do not adopt this. Do not adopt this. This needs to be a high development for good homes. That's the best use. Thank you for listening. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much, sir.
Good evening, my name is Jeanette Lewis and I live on Con Drive. Could you please confirm that you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thank you so much. I agree with all of my neighbors in Laurel Heights with the comments that they made, but I do disagree with the comment that was made that we are objecting to, not objecting to the project, but just to the noise concerns and neighborly issues. Have we considered the toxic chemicals that is used to embalm bodies, like one of the neighbors mentioned? I'm worried about the long-term effects, and I haven't seen a study being done on that. Also, for every article that you say, for every article that can be referenced for the positive reasons to live near a cemetery, I can come up with negative articles. For cultural reasons, there's many reasons I won't go into, but you can find them online. There are certain groups of people, whether it be Muslims, Chinese, or whatever, that will not purchase near a cemetery. So the pool of people that are willing to purchase is diminished, even if we disagree on the value going down. And I think that's a major concern. And we have watched neighbors. There's a house for sale right now for $750,000. I'm sorry, my dad's a real estate broker. I know this area. He's been here for 40 years. That house should have been sold by now. They cannot move it. And so other homes in Loma Linda fly off the market, but the homes in our neighborhood do not. So I'm also worried about that. When the cemetery expanded, that did not positively impact our homeowners' insurance. The insurance has continued to go up. So the benefits that the expert from the fire group mentioned, I believe in his knowledge, but at the same time, my experience has differed. So I do not anticipate that that will be positive. If anything, I don't know about embalming fluid once it's watered down, but the ingredients of embalming fluid are so that's a concern. I think also, I think safety is a huge issue for me as well, and no matter what noise ordinances are imposed, it's still a safety issue. We see so many people coming to hang out in that area on Oakwood Drive. It's increased over the years. I have lived there since 2004. It is no longer the safe community that it used to be, and I've lived in Loma Linda for 43 years. I understand that everything changes, and safety in Loma Linda in general is not the way it was years ago. But I do see that there is a lot of crime in this area. If you look at crime maps, you can see cars are broken into frequently. We've had homes broken into in our neighborhoods, and this will only increase by bringing in additional traffic because of the expansion. And I think one of the questions I have for the city is, I haven't heard the benefit to the majority of Loma Linda residents. So I understand the benefits to Montecito, but why is the city, it seems like that the presentations that we've seen, what's in it for the city, what's in it for the residents? Because there's so many people opposed, especially those living in the surrounding homes. Why are we wasting time meeting about this multiple times if there's no benefit? There's not really a tax benefit, or shall we say it's nominal. Why not just have them utilize the land that they already have in Colton? Why bring this into the city of Loma Linda?
Well, thank you for your comments. I'm going to have to stop you because we're past the 3 minutes, but there are the rights of the property owner that have to be considered also. So as a council, we have to mitigate what's best for the community, but also protect individual rights as well. So that's where that comes in. As far as a benefit to the city, a direct benefit, that's not necessarily why we're meeting here tonight. We're meeting to look at everything in totality. So thank you, though, for your words. And at this point, unless there's anybody else that wants to come up, I think we'll move on to the applicant. And we can maybe still we have another one? Yes, ma'am.
I'll be 1 minute. And I can't take off my mask, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I just broke my front tooth, so, yes, thank you. I just want to say that, I'm going to be very quick. I just want to say that, and I have a lot of opinions, but I'm just going to stick to, I agree with all of my neighbors. I've been in Loma Linda, coming to Loma Linda since late 90s for medical school, and I've been living here since the 2000s. I live on Valley View, and I agree with everything they've said. I don't see any positive impact, and also to Loma Linda. I mean, we're one of 5 blue zones in the world. You know, I think it's a bad look. I think that we've got the med center with so many doctors that have to live somewhere else. I see that as an developed as an idyllic place for residential, mid to high-end residential, and especially if there's a little bit of land. I have many friends from school that went to Ricci Canyon or that went to, acre or more property in Redlands. And I just think that you're 2 minutes, you're in an idyllic set, or ideally without Montecito, you're in an idyllic setting there, and in 2 minutes, you're at the med center, or in 2 minutes, you're at the grocery store. It's magical, and I think it's undiscovered, and I think that it needs to be preserved for the magic that's up there. Sorry, I went on longer than I wanted to.
It's okay. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll entertain the, oh, okay. Yes, sir.
Could I have the map? The one where you were showing the path?
The site plan?
With the path. Where you had the path drawn in. Yeah, that's good. This just speeds up the couple minutes. I'm Kimber Schneider. I live, does this have the red button?
The red button.
Red button, here we go. I live right in this area right here. This is my property. And so this comes right up against my property, except for the path that is being left open. And I think there was comments I heard that we don't fully understand the width of that path. It was originally going to be 6 feet, and then I heard rumors today that it's going to be 12 feet, which would make it so actually a vehicle could possibly go past go past the property and not have to go through the property if that is in fact true. We'll get more comments on that, I think. The other part of it, I would say, is I generally have been positive about this development. I think that having the green area in this area is a plus. We've lived with dust from that valley for 20 or 30 years, and a green area, the development there would actually improve that. As far as noise and garbage from the cemetery, Dr. Bull, I think, lives over in this area someplace, and he gets the noise. I can hear the noise up here, actually, like the lady put her kitchen recording on. And it's been going on now for a year or two, and it seems to me that that's a problem that needs to be taken care of, whether there's a development here or not. And it seems like the city should get together with Colton, if they have to, do a group project on that, because I'm sure the people in Colton will have comments on that. And so the noise issue is not going to be better for Loma Linda if that source of noise, which is over here now, comes to here. But I overall have anticipated improvement in the valley condition by having development there to cut down on dust and other problems. And I think they're talking about security. I think that actually having the development as it's drawn with its fencing and so forth actually would limit the ingress of some of the problem people that come there now and use the valley for other purposes. So overall, again, I sort of agree with Dr. Bull in that I'm ambivalent because of what I already hear as far as sounds, even though I'm clear over here and he's over here. So we have a problem that I think needs to be worked on, and probably not just in Loma Linda, but in your other locations. If you're that big, you've got a big problem, really huge. And so I would comment on that way. But overall, I would like to see a green valley. And whether or not there would be high-end houses developed down in this area, I don't know. Most of them have been going up onto view lots in Ritchie Canyon and other places. The valley does have views if you're in the right location, but I'm not sure having houses right up against my property would actually benefit me more than having a green space with a cemetery there, if it is in fact a cemetery. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Popescu?
Thank you for letting me make a few comments. Some of you may know I was on the council for 12 years, and I was involved with city politics for about 4 years before that. And interestingly enough, this property was one that was brought up as an issue only because there was a plan to build a road through it. And at the time, we were meeting with the landowners that actually have the property behind this. And there were serious plans of putting a road through it. Measure V put a stop to that. And as a result, that area pretty much stopped from really being developed. Obviously, there was always the opportunity to put homes in it. Once again, it's up to the landowners to what they want to do with the property. I think that my first reaction would be, seeing a cemetery seems like a good idea. Obviously, this is the first time, I've been on the council for 12 years. If someone was playing that loud of a music, I would have heard about it by now. I've been in that neighborhood many times. I've campaigned. I haven't had anybody complain, not that I'm dismissing their complaints, but it never got to the level of bringing it to our attention. I agree with the mayor. Obviously, this may be a jurisdictional issue between the city of Colton, Loma Linda. My understanding is that this property is going to become the city of Loma Linda, which means that we tend to regulate it and have ordinances as it relates to noise. Maybe there's something we can do to limit that. I happen to, I'm good friends with the mayor of Colton, so I'm actually going to bring this to his attention and see what they can do on their side, because it sounds like it's a major significant problem. Overall, one of the commentators talked about what is the benefit to the city. I obviously don't live in the area, I live down in the valley, but I think the overall benefit is that it will prevent, and it's probably the right word to do, of massive development. Even though we have rules and regulations in place, councils come and go, money interests come and go, nothing prevents that place from being majorly developed. Our state is changing. There's a huge push to build in more high-density housing. I think this is a unique opportunity for us to put in some open space, obviously with the right type of controls over noise and other concerns. But I can guarantee you that if there was a body that was going to be married there, you're not going to be able to put a road in there. You're not going to be able to build a whole lot after that. So having an open space, park space. Now, I am a little biased. I tend to like cemeteries. When my wife and I travel, we actually look for cemeteries. We like walking among them. Of course, the ones that we've been to have been quiet and beautiful and places like a park. I would like to see this cemetery become that if it hasn't, and it sounds like it's changing. Maybe this is a wake-up call for the owners to maybe do something to improve its environment for it. But in the end, I think this is a good project for that area. I like the idea of preserving and making it green. Looks like some of the buildings they're building are going to be beautiful and enhance the view and also preserve some of the land behind it. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, you guys ready?
Do we separate by pros and against?
No, they asked to do that. That was their choice.
Hello, I'm Dan Narvison. I work for Service Corp International. I'm officed in Houston, Texas. I'm actually the applicant that these gentlemen here and everybody that's been working on the project. I'm been working with them on all the issues. I'd like to clarify something that seems to be an overall misunderstanding. Montecito Memorial Park is owned by Service Corp International. Service Corp International has multiple subsidiaries, wholly owned subsidiaries, of which SCI California Funeral Services, Inc. is one of them. A number of years ago, we started branding our funeral homes and our cemeteries with the name Dignity Memorial. Dignity Memorial is not the owner of Montecito. SCI is. It is a Dignity Memorial branded location. I also want everybody to understand that we have owned it since the late 80s. It has not changed hands recently. Now we have management changes and whatever. We have different changes in the sections of a cemetery and when they get active and when they're being sold, and then later on 15, 20 years later, it'll be very quiet. But during the period of time it's being developed out, and I suspect what we're experiencing from a company as well as with the neighbors is a learning function of trying to figure out how to manage that neighbor situation, because this part of the cemetery that's adjacent to these houses has become active, and they will go through a process and they will get quiet as we move on to other parts of the park. It's just natural. It's why we don't have an issue with traffic, because the park keeps getting bigger, but the visitors change over time. It's only natural. I'm going to let the other folks answer some of these questions, but I felt like it was important to make sure everybody understood that Montecito Memorial Park has not changed hands. It's the same company since the early 90s. And we acquired the business from the former owner, as we do with very many businesses all across the country. And SCI is a publicly traded company. You can look us up on, and figure out how big we are. I won't get into that. All right. Thank you.
Dr. Rigsby, do you have a question?
Can we ask you some questions?
Absolutely.
How does your company deal with noise complaints, just as a corporate thing? Is this regional? Is this national problem? Is it just a COVID year, big party, or what's your experience?
Well, to be frank with you, I have not run into this kind of an issue anywhere else. And I'm a little, to use a I'm befuddled by it, to be frank with you. It may be amped up a little bit because of COVID, but I would not want to use that as an excuse. We may have a certain propensity that's going on that we need to figure out how to tamper down when we meet with a family to make sure that they understand what they can and can't do. And that's on us now to try to control that. And our management people that are at the park are going to speak to that in a minute or two. But like I said, we have parks all over California. But I'll admit that I'm a real estate director. I'm not in the day-to-day operation, so it would be improper for me to try to speak to that question.
You're here as a representative of the corporation that owns Montecito currently, correct?
Yes, I'm an employee of
Okay.
SCI, Service
Okay.
Corp International.
What you've heard here this evening regarding the good neighbor, bad neighbor issues, possible issues, is that disturbing?
Well, it certainly is.
You've
from our
already
application.
said it's new, you haven't heard of it before,
Yeah.
but is it disturbing?
Well, the best way for me to answer is I'm disturbed by the fact that it appears that we are troubling our neighbors to a greater degree than I ever was aware of. We do always consider ourselves to be a very good neighbor and, most importantly, a quiet neighbor, so that amps up the concern I have. You know, once again, I'm not, it's not, we probably will have to really think through how we manage. You know, one of the things about SCI is that it's our job to help people grieve through a loss and help them
I'm sorry, can you repeat
grieve through their loss.
Okay.
And in that process, we are asking our client family, what is it that you want? How do you want to celebrate that life? And so it's a, you know, I'm not in the operations side of the business, so I'm speaking
Sure.
out of school, if I can use that
understand.
term. But it makes it, you know, a situation of trying to make sure that we serve the family to the best we can and figure out how to, now with this new issue that's come up, we're going to have to figure out how to modulate that and make sure that our families understand what is expected and what is not. And that's a whole bunch of words, but you know, that's the best way to make it.
That makes very good sense to me. It seems to me that the dilemma that you have is you're dealing with the grieving families on the one hand and your neighbors on the other hand. And I guess, do you see some possibility that you can try to balance that in some, I mean, I can imagine all kinds of options for you to tap this down and involve this, but do you have an interest, or does your corporation have an interest in being good neighbors at the risk of needing to modify policies, whatever those may be, regarding your grieving families?
Yes, I would say that we do have a desire to do that. I'm not in the position
Sure.
To be able to say how we would do that and speak for the company to that. I mean, I'm the real estate guy. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. And I don't want to oversimplify this. That's just an issue that I wanted to clarify.
The issue is we are a publicly traded company. We're in the business we're in the cemetery business. So, you know, I'm not going to play that down because
Sure.
obviously it's important to the investors to buy our stock. You know.
I understand.
So,
Thank you.
feel free to, when the other people talk, to dig in on those issues, if, you know, because they know better because they're meeting with the families, I'm not. Okay.
I have one question.
Oh, go ahead, sir.
So what you said makes perfect sense that, you know, when there's a funeral going, you're going to see more traffic and then it'll subside down. The length of this project, I think it was quoted, was 50 years. So would we expect for 50 years we have a lot of noise in the area, and then after 50 years, you're going to start to see it subside?
It definitely will, you know, there are parts of Montecito that you go in and you're not going to see anybody around a grave, whereas there's other areas, if you go out there, you're going to see people coming every Sunday or every Saturday to sit with their loved one. But as time goes on, as we all know, life moves on, and so does the cemetery evolves in that activity level, and that's what I was trying to allude to. Is that my sense is what maybe has become acute here is that we're dealing with an area that's recently developed and sold, and when we sell through with our sales team, then that creates more activity. Not necessarily. I'm not saying it goes from one service a week to 1,000. That's not what I'm talking about. But it just the activity picks up and then it settles back down. And like I say, I'm not the one that can answer that question. I probably should have just left it for the other guys to talk about.
But you do understand how the mother of 3 daughters that is exposed to this day after day after day after day would be a concern.
I would say that I fully grasp her concern, and it's a question of how we can modulate it. I'm not sure that I can make it go away. I'm not ready to promise that. So I don't mean, I'm just saying that I don't know how, you know, the sounds that we heard there clearly were pretty loud, and that I'm not sure how to manage that answer, but we're going to dig into it, that's for sure.
Well, I've got some suggestions if you're interested.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, I think we might have people that are better qualified to answer the questions.
Yes.
So one question I do have about real estate, because I know
Yes.
that's your forte. So say this goes through, is this it, or is there other land that you're looking into expanding for Montecito?
The best way to answer that is that SCI is in the business of operating cemeteries all across North America. And to the extent that we have one that is on the horizon of needing additional inventory, I'm looking for it. That said, you know, Montecito is what we consider a great park for us. And we are trying to manage it for the next 50 years. And so it's my job to try to make sure that we have the opportunity to serve the communities for many years to come. And this is an opportunity for us to do that.
Got it. And just so I understand correctly, you have this parcel, and then there's a parcel on the opposite end?
What we have at Montecito is the land that is in Colton. We have land on the far side that is adjacent to Rishi Canyon Road. In 2002, when we were going through the CUP application and the expansion rights in Montecito with Colton, they proceeded with securing a Rishi Canyon realignment that cuts through a portion of that land on the west side of Montecito. You may have seen drawings of it, maybe not. So there's 15, 16 acres over there that we can't get to unless we build a bridge. And it's also not zoned for cemetery. It is zoned neighborhood commercial, and may someday be a shopping center or something else. So that acreage is kind of off the boards for me as a real estate guy. There is the acreage that we work to deal with the diocese, and I think that's about 35 acres in there. And It is adjacent to that land that is on the other side of the realignment of Ritchie Canyon, that right-of-way taking, and where the Catholic mausoleum's at, and then you get to our mortuary or funeral home. It's in that section. That is not our land. That's the Catholic diocese. So as you,
That's
what?
precluded to Catholics only, though, correct?
Yes, it is, yes.
So it's not open that you
Well,
can
I
also
mean,
use for-
it's just, what I don't consider it to be part of Montecito Memorial Park. It's the diocese property, their land. We manage it for them, and we do sales work with them. And then we've got the stuff up in the hills, and a lot of that is going to be difficult to develop, just like what this picture shows. We'll be developing those hills in the valleys as best we can. So it's a question of just making sure that we have the inventory we need for the future.
Can I ask this question to follow up on that, since you're the real estate guy? So I'm going to assume this is probably one of your nicer parks.
It's in the top 10%. Yeah.
And that's just being selfish because, you know, we live in Loma Linda, and of course, you
Mhm.
wouldn't want to be buried by Loma Linda. But in order to stay relevant, you still have to have space. You have to have plots you can sell.
Yes.
So what happens when this particular cemetery gets built out? How is it managed after that? Because I've been across the country also, and I've seen plenty of cemeteries that are in disarray. And I mean, that's probably really hard for you to
No,
put
it's
that
not.
on
It's
you.
not
but-
hard at all. Let me explain something. Service Corp International only operates and owns perpetual care cemeteries, which means that a portion of every lot sale that we make, there's an amount of money that's put into a perpetual care trust. And that trust is there, and the money that goes into it to be able to manage and maintain the cemetery into perpetuity. Now, obviously, SCI doesn't want to have a whole bunch of their parks go into all sold out, because, you know, then they're not making the money we are. All we're doing is mowing their grass. So that's part of my job, is to continue to not have them go into that mode. We have a few that are getting very close, and I'm looking for land for them too. But it's not an easy task, as you can well imagine.
Thank you. I appreciate the insight you gave us.
Thank you. A question, if I can, from our city manager and assistant city manager. Does Measure V stop anything from the top of the hill being developed? So obviously, we're not doing it right now. Let's say that, you know, someone wanted to build their own tomb up there that overlooks the valley. Does Measure V stop that from happening?
From just somebody building a private structure up there, whatever the structure may be?
From building a tomb, or for building a grave, or anything along that line?
A cemetery use is not allowed in the R1 zone, that's R1 zoning. So it has nothing to do with Measure V, it has to do with the existing zoning there, which is why part of this proposal is a zone change from residential to open space, which does allow cemetery use.
So, just to clarify, I understand it's R1 right now, but if that zone were to change, and we could change it in the future, right? There's nothing stopping anyone from building an extension up there?
There is nothing precluded on Measure V as far as cemeteries.
Thank you.
Sir?
Good evening. I'm Michael Green with Clark and Green Associates. We're landscape architects, and prepared most of these plans and work on cemeteries across the nation for SCI. And as Dan mentioned, we're kind of befuddled too by the noise issues, because across the country that has not been something that has come up as an issue. In fact, ever in all the time that I've done that. And so Miguel Granados and/or Jessica Sandoval will discuss that issue a little bit more with you. From a physical design standpoint, every challenge that we've been given on this project early on with staff, and then in the first public hearing, the second public hearing, we've addressed those, in our mind and in staff's mind, we've solved them, whether it's providing access around the cemetery, additional emergency access, closing off Oakwood, which was not something we did reluctantly, but staff said this is something you need to do because we've shut it off, even though it's a public right-of-way. In the Colton portion of that public right-of-way, we would have rights of access through. We've agreed to shut all that off and make sure we bring the traffic through.
Did our staff explain why we shut it off as a city? Because
Yes.
that's important to
Yes.
this topic.
Not debating the importance of it. It's an issue that obviously the city's trying to address. But those are all things that we've and staff mentioned that. There's numerous homes in this area that owe their access to constant consideration of their needs to get into their home. It's unfortunate with this development here, which is where most of the complaints are coming from. That's a very dense neighborhood with extremely narrow backyards. They look like they're 10 or 15 feet deep with a block wall with trees on the other side. Ironically, SCI sold that land to the developer who developed that project. The good news is, the bad news is, from a standpoint of concerns that the residents have, is we have the ability to develop 250 feet to the east of that project already through our Colton conditional use permit. The area we're talking about is further to the east, and fortunately, we're separated from the homes that are up there, in some cases 100, 200 feet. In this area here, there's actually an intervening parcel owned by a corporation that appears to be somewhat incommunicado between these houses and our property. So we have a lot more distance. Some of the concerns we've heard, the Gomez's commented that they would really like to not see the cemetery. We feel that we would like to help them with that issue too, because we would like to have a green envelope around our space, and hence the heavy tree and shrub screening, which we have many cemeteries. We have one in a suburb of Dallas where there's homes just identical to these homes that are right up against the cemetery, and we have a green screen, and we built an 8-foot wall, and we had our use permit approved. In this case, we can plant a heavy green screen. We're not anywhere near walls or structures. We're not going to have root issues. It'll be on our property. It'll totally screen the property, but by having a fence on their side, they'll also enjoy the ability to visibly look down that fence line with all the foliage being on our side of the fence, not on their side of the fence. So there's some good positives there. We're protecting the hillsides. We're down in the lower areas, so most of these residents will look across our property, get to enjoy the beautiful hill. As the fire marshal mentioned and some of the residents mentioned, we're going to have a green belt through here that's going to be down low, so we're going to be a solution to some of their issues. We've agreed to a drivable path that gets residents from this area who are concerned that in some cases Sierra Vista might get blocked, gets them out and around and out to Oakwood in an emergency situation, which is probably pretty unlikely, but in the unlikely event it happens, we've provided a solution to that. And although staff had asked us to provide a 6-foot path that connects this dirt road back to this dirt road here, which runs through someone else's private property and continues on through private property back into the hills, we've provided that 6-foot path, but we're not opposed to making that a 12-foot drivable path. 12-foot in the AASHTO highway guidelines will accommodate an 18-wheeler. So that's a plenty wide path to drive down, and we will work out a turning movement here so vehicles, these two residents here who currently access in the back of their property can access along that property line and exit out through Sierra Vista, which they do currently. As you move on south here along this dirt road, there were no other homes that we saw, and maybe way down here in the far south, that had any access to that dirt road, all of which was trespassing, but it's something that they've done. But we can accommodate that by connecting from this road and around here outside of our fence line. Meanwhile, fire will have access to all these points, which the fire marshal pointed out, and will continue to have access through Oakwood, only now they're going to have a paved path up into the hillside. We cannot do anything outside of the development envelope in our current proposal without coming back to you and going through the same process of rezoning and conditional use. And maybe finally, other than questions you may have, this is a conditional use. We also want to attach a development agreement to it because we develop the cemetery in very small increments, 3 acres at a time at most. Part of being able to develop this area in here is that we can develop some of the 30 acres we have remaining in our conditional use with Colton over on this side of the cemetery, in here and in here, and scatter the people around. If we're developing everything in just one area, then it is true. All the funerals occur in that area, all the traffic occurs in that area. This way we can spread it out, and we can also make this last for 50 years by incrementally developing it a little bit at a time. So when we talk about water use, it was stated at 56 million gallons. That's not remotely true. This is what we do, is manage irrigation systems. At build-out, it would at worst be 19 million gallons, but build-out is 30 years away. So we would be using 1 or 2 million gallons in the first 5 years. And we fully anticipate having recycled water, because ultimately recycled water is California's solution to its never-ending water crisis. In Orange County, they recycle water, pump it in the ground, and it's pumped out by other cities, and they drink it, because it's that high a level of recycling, which is why Orange County rarely has water problems during a drought, because they recycle 85% of their water for drinkable uses. And that's going to be coming to this area. But finally, as a conditional use with the development agreement, we will come up for an annual review with the city. And because we would be developing in small increments, to the degree that we can resolve some of those issues, which Miguel can talk to with noise, you will have the opportunity every single year to look at how what's being operated, what the issues are, and make adjustments in that. If we're in default of that agreement, then we have to cure that default. So it's not a wide open approval for us that we just get to do whatever we want for the next 50 years. It's not remotely like that. The city will have lots of opportunity to manage that. Any other questions I can answer? There were lots of issues brought up today, most of which we've dealt with before.
Are we gonna have someone speak that has direct experience with operating a cemetery?
Yes.
All right, sir.
Or anything else? Okay.
I think that's good. Thank you very much, sir.
My name is Miguel Granados, and I'm the director area that operate the Inland Empire, and with me is Jessica Sandoval, the general manager of Montecito. I actually have managed the park directly probably 6 months before Jessica. And my job is to be in the grounds, right? Although that's not part of what I do, but I'm in the grounds, working with the team in the ground. Of all the parks that I manage, with all 6 of them, I've never had this issue with noise. The last 5 years, the demographic in Loma Linda and Colton have changed. You know, going from somewhere about 28% Hispanic now to 40% or so. The Asian population have changed too. So with that, the cultural expectations have changed. I know you had mentioned about, balancing the good neighbor and the families. Our job is to try to provide a meaningful celebration of life for our families. I am concerned with the noise because, like I said, I've been there 6 months. I gave out my phone number at the first meeting because we have always issues with noise. I never got a call since then. So our goal is to make sure that we are good neighbors.
Do you want to call every time?
Absolutely. If there's noise in the park that are not part of our celebration of life, which is with every services that we have, and mind you, we could only manage about 5 to 6 services a day, and we spread them out. Now, our last service, as we talked, is 2 o'clock, and it ends at 3 o'clock, graveside, because the guys have to come back and, cover the grounds and all that. In my experience being at the park, I have never seen a family that would stay out and play for hours because we have other services and we have to close out the park. Now, do we have people who drive in through the back? And yes, absolutely. I think it happens all the time. I had a story about a couple of kids that were up in the hills and actually they were on their bikes and jump into the mausoleum on top and fell right through them. Those are things that are going to happen in the park. We have security for that. Right now, I think security is about, 12 hours?
So it's actually 22 hours. We added another security shift. The only time we don't have security is from, sorry, Jessica. So to clarify, in regards to security, we have it covered up to 22 hours or the entire day. I think the only time we don't have security is from 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. So with that said, I think one of the things, and I wasn't at the last meeting, and unfortunately I had a prior commitment, but I did get 2 calls after the last meeting, and both were from concerned citizens wanting to know what our stance was on the noise issue. I clarified that we have published rules and regulations that we provide to every family member that comes in at the time of arrangements, letting them know that this is what we allow in the park and this is what we do not allow. But I can appreciate that visitors outside of that may not always be aware of that. So since then, we've added signage specifically entering that particular area of the park, emphasizing that we do not allow barbecuing, we do not allow loud music, and banqueting, I think, was another one. I meet with security detail, at least a few times a week to go over any service or any unsanctioned service that we may have had to stop because of large gatherings or because of loud music. Now, I've only been there since April, but security detail is telling me, hey, Jessica, since you coming in and really forcing this on us and providing the rules, it's been able to give us a better stance on implementing this with visitors. So, sorry, I know we deviated off of topic a little bit, but we do have security detail. It's 3 shifts that cover the park on every day. And I believe, Miguel, you were the one that added the 3rd shift, right? Because we used to just have in the evenings from 1 o'clock until 6 a.m., and now it's all day.
Right. Our goal is to make sure that we provide a place for families to come and mourn and to be safe. We are definitely, we want to be great neighbors, and so when a family comes into our park, it's our responsibility to keep them safe. And so part of that is we want to make sure that we control barbecues, noise, gatherings. The cemetery, the funeral industry was under strict ordinance with COVID. We had to follow that because, we're regulated, so we get checked on to make sure that we don't have more than 25% in the chapel, or, at the graveside, when we have graveside services, based on the ordinance, those were, really open to up to 100 people. So we take that extremely serious. One is because it is our responsibility to keep our families safe when they come to our services, and to ensure that, families get the right rules and regulations, and that we manage that, either internally or externally as well.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate your comments, and I support your goals and what you're trying to do. But if you look at me, I'm a politician. I'm trying to represent the people of Loma Linda. And what you're describing, you're making an effort to do, which I support, is clearly out of touch with what the neighborhood is experiencing. And I can tell you that from my gut, I want to support this. I think I see more positives than negatives. I want to support this project. However, I'm unwilling to support the project when some of my constituents, all of our constituents, have as much difficulty and trouble and complaints, passionate complaints, as we've heard tonight, and quite frankly, heard before we even got here tonight. So I'm not affixing blame, but there's a disconnect. So my question is, What are you and your organization willing to do to connect with your neighbors to fix this problem and fix it in a way that's believable for everyone?
I think we could really start as of like tomorrow. One of the things that we heard today was amplifiers in, microphones, which is something
And
that
drums.
in drums.
And horns.
In horns, which is something that we could fix on the amplifying and the drums. It's hard to tell a family that.
Let me give you a suggestion. I think what you need to do, and not that I know what I'm talking about, but what I think you need to do is meet with some of the community members and listen. Not tell them what you're going to do or what you hope to do or what you're trying to achieve, but listen to their issues. Then I think you can hopefully establish a dialogue that would achieve some outcomes that could resolve some of these things. Because I will not vote to support this until that happens. Now, I'm only one of 5 votes here, but I think that is an essential ingredient. And when I start hearing from some of these other people that I've heard from over the last day or two, and they say, things have changed. This could be a good thing. And I've heard some of the reservations about moving in next to a cemetery. And I accept those. I don't understand all of the issues, but I accept them. But my probably naive view of moving next to a cemetery is I've got a beautiful grassy area that's going to be peaceful. And that's not what I'm hearing. And so I think if you can connect and achieve some fixes to those kinds of issues, I think, I give the planners credit. I mean, they've moved fences, they're creating walkways so that there's access to the South Hills. I think that a lot of their issues have been achieved already. But there are some very, very troubling issues that they don't feel they're being heard on. And I hear what you're saying, that you have security, you have rules, regulations, patrols, and I believe all of that. It ain't working. And so it's not something that this group can fix. I think all we can do is try to attempt to identify what the issues are and get the right people connected. You don't need to talk with me, but you need to talk to some of the people that you've heard from tonight. And if we can get that resolved, then I think we can make some headway. Does that make sense, or am I being?
No, absolutely. I think as we talked about being great neighbors, it's really making sure that your neighbors around you support your business and support your families.
Dr. Rigsby, yes.
Yeah, I just had a comment. I come from the medical industry, and the state wants to regulate the medical industry, but typically what they'll say is, if you guys don't fix it, we will. So that's the situation you're in. If you guys can't figure out how to fix it, we'll figure out how to force you to fix it. So my advice is fix it. And, dignity requires that you don't put up, some kind of a roasting situation over a graveyard, or you don't put up volleyball nets among graves. And dignity also means that you don't basically pierce the airwaves with extremely loud music. And I think you're going to find that if you just use wishy-washy language, like you can't use loud music. Well, what's your definition of that? So what you're going to have to come up with something that basically clamps down on this, and especially if it doesn't happen anywhere else. What's different about here? What's different? What made us? It's almost like, is there some kind of a underground wink, wink, nudge, nudge, that Loma Linda is where you can have a rock concert for a burial and nowhere else. I don't know. It just sounds very unusual, and it should be, if it's unusual, it should be easy to manage it, because everyone else manages it.
Just to clarify,
Yeah.
we have never had bands, bands in the park.
What they're describing sounds like it was.
What families have brought up is they bring a mariachi band, which is, again, is limited. It doesn't go for hours. We have 5-6 services in the park, so I could just imagine impacting other families.
So let's clarify a couple of things real quick. Let's talk about noise and what noise complaints consist of. So thanks to Hollywood, there's a belief in the world that you can make as much noise as you want during the day between the hours of, 6 in the morning till 10 o'clock at night. And every Hollywood movie talks about, can't have noise after 10 o'clock at night. There is no such law in California. There is no such thing. You can disturb somebody's peace at 8 o'clock in the morning, or 11 o'clock in the morning, or 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And what we are hearing here, and I may ask our law enforcement representative to weigh in. She's looking at me like, uh-oh. What we're talking about amounts to some serious noise complaints. And what my concern is here, and I'll disagree just a little bit, and it's not a bad disagreement, but this isn't Loma Linda yet, because they're not in Loma Linda yet. It's Colton. So my concern is we don't want that in Loma Linda. So you have to prove that that's not going to happen in Loma Linda. I can tell you this as a representative like all of us here, when we have residents that come in here and talk about this stuff, it makes me want to go to Colton City Hall tomorrow morning to lodge a complaint. I don't know what else to say. And I understand your business, your job, and you've said it here a couple of times. Dr. Daly's given you a couple of outs, which is, hey, what do you want to do to be a good neighbor? And you keep saying, our job is to take care of the families. Our job is to take care of the families. That appears to be your primary mission, and we get that, and we understand that. But you're not committing to doing anything else for our neighborhood. And outside of even this project, I'm concerned with our neighbors over there in that development. Those are Loma Linda residents, and that's who we want to take care of as a council. So.
Earlier we talked about really looking at the celebration life with music and really creating some restrictions that are really going to minimize the noise levels. We want to be great neighbors to Colton residents and Loma Linda as well. So that's something we're willing to do, like tomorrow. Just because we heard that loud music that came today, that was played earlier on today, our goal is to make sure that the people in the service are the ones enjoying the music, not the neighbors around the service.
Yeah. So again, going back to since we're just kind of stating our positions here, my concern is promises made tonight don't mean anything to me, because these folks are going to want to see some type of proof of practice. They're going to want to see some type of pattern. And it sounds like we're not there. And again, this is going to be a very fair forum here. So, we're going to want to make sure, and I highly doubt that this many neighbors have all got together and concocted a story. But just because I am who I am, I'm going to want to go out and look and observe and look about this stuff myself. So my concerns, right where we're at, the Colton versus Loma Linda boundary conflicts, because I think those are going to occur. And my concern is we're going to get into the middle of this, and it's going to be a who do we call type of thing. And already as it is, even if you call law enforcement right now because you're frustrated with the noise that's going on, you technically can't call us or the sheriff. You got to call the City of Colton Police Department, because that's where it's occurring. And my concern is we're going to end up with a whole bunch of those. Over this last 2 years, we've had a lot of issues with Oakwood up there, with drug use, prostitution, all kinds of things. And I have spent time out there, and I have watched it. I've sat in my car and watched it, and that's why we put the barricade up, which is very, very important to me. And I feel bad that we have not been servicing that community properly for many years because of the issues that are going on there. So that is I'm very sensitive to that. My concern is people go up there for a reason. There is a view that you can see out into the valley from that little area. And so, I'm not sure, and it sounds like a great mitigation to block off Oakwood, but will people come through the cemetery and get up there anyway and do the same thing that they've been doing, partying, using drugs, prostitution they were doing before? I don't know, but I have a concern with that. I listen to people talk about home values. I could tell you right now, I have people calling me. I don't have my home listed for sale. I have people calling me, asking me if they can buy my house. That's the housing market right now. So I find it very odd that folks that live over in this neighborhood can't sell their homes. So to me, you can write a study, you can write a paper, you can write an article about just about anything. So I hear that from them. My concern with this, and I think you can get this stuff under control, but Dignity is owned by a large corporation. Typically, that means leadership management changes. And so that could be contributing to some of this, so I have concerns with that. That's kind of where I'm at with this right now, and I don't know. I don't know that we as a council necessarily want to make the final decision right now if we don't have to, but if we have to, then we have to. But it sounds like maybe some folks want to give you an opportunity to rectify.
If I could turn to the city attorney for some guidance on just how we move forward with this. The first statement isn't relevant to the help I need, but I want the public to know that I'm supportive of this. I really am. However, I think there are some conditions, as we've talked about here in the last 10 minutes, that should be met before at least I'm willing to vote affirmatively. How would we proceed? Because this is an item number 2, A through F. So how do we proceed if the motion was to delay the vote until there are some conditions that have been met?
Well, because this involves a general plan amendment and zone change, it's a legislative act. There's no time requirement to accomplish that, and there's no findings required to deny such a change.
But I don't even know how to make that kind of a motion.
You could move to continue the item to the next meeting.
Move to what?
Continue the item to the next meeting on a date certain. It was a noticed public hearing, so we need to continue it to a specific date, if that's your pleasure.
Or if we took a vote and it passed or failed, could it be brought back at some point?
You could move to deny the application without prejudice, subject to reconsideration at a future date. Based upon additional information or study.
Because that wouldn't put a specific timeline on us then.
It would need to be renoticed as a public hearing at that point. Well, in the context of a motion to continue, you could give direction to staff, as Conrad was saying, to have staff continue to work with the applicant to draft specific conditions of approval that would go into the approval process and could be made a part of the development agreement with some sort of enforcement mechanism, and bring that all back to you at the next meeting for your consideration.
So I just heard from Lorena through the applicant that they would like to continue and give the opportunity to work with us to come up with some conditions of approval that have some teeth in it relating to the noise. I don't know what they would be off the top of my head, but some way that we could manage the noise and would probably be park-wide, so they would have some bite on the Colton side as well as our side, so that we don't have to worry about which side of the line somebody's standing on when it's happening. So the request of the applicant is that we continue to a meeting and that we work with them and see if we can find a way to to.
Do they want to withdraw the application? Because if we continue it, then we have to pick a date certain.
To continue it to a date certain is what
We
I'm
could
hearing.
pick any
They're
date certain
nodding
in the
yes.
next 50 years.
Well, I would continue it to the next meeting, a regularly scheduled meeting that, and then it could always be continued again after that if necessary.
I'm a little uncomfortable with that, only because that impacts these people's lives. And so they're following this very intently. This is very important to them, and I don't want to put them out every month as we do this.
We didn't say a month.
Well, can we,
continue
to a date
can we
No,
get
that
an
was-
estimate of how long they need and then do a date certain, 3 months, 4 months, 2 months, whatever?
Well, I think what we're hearing from the applicant is they want to work to come up with conditions of approval. So rules that are imposed as part of the use, should they violate these rules, then we will essentially pull their permit and their license to continue functioning. So it's, I know on one side, the mayor and Councilman Daley said, you know, give us a track record of positive performance. I think that pushes it out, you know, to some nebulous, far distant future. I think what the applicant is looking for is give me some hard and fast rules that, you know, if not, we'll beat you with a stick and pull your ability to function.
Yeah.
And then go forward on that.
My general concern is that we're not talking about, you know, the felony murder rule here. We're talking about something akin to make sure your dog is licensed, and how many people go without a dog license in the city, and how hard is it for us to enforce that. So when we talk about teeth, I want to look out for these people right here. And proof of practice is some type of timeline that shows that they're actually in compliance. Right. So I'd rather do that as opposed to hanging a stick that we may not be able to swing over their head. That's my position. I'm not sure what you guys think. So what I think the proposal is we attach a conditional use. So if they violate X, we have some type of fine or penalty attached to it. My challenge is that this is government. Sometimes things, you know what I mean? We overcommit to we're going to be able to fix this problem, and the reality is we're not very good at that. So if we say, okay, this is great, they're going to agree to some type of condition where we fine them or whatever, that process can be very convoluted. I think they need to show some time that they're being receptive and responsive, and that's a few months at least in my mind. That's just me. Whatever you guys would like to do.
I agree with you. I just don't know what time frame to affix to that.
I don't either, and I guess I would look to the community that's been looking to us for help and support.
Well, if you wish to continue the item once, in order to give staff time to work with the applicant and the neighbors to come up with some rules and guidelines and procedures to bring back for your consideration, then those could be applied to the existing portions of the cemetery, and you could give it some time to see how they comply with those new rules.
And that works, but your neighborhood is not an HOA, is that correct? You don't have a board that runs it. So that's going to put the burden because the applicant isn't going to know who to negotiate with and work with. So that's going to require the neighborhood to form some kind of collaborative effort as to who's going to be negotiating. It would seem to me.
Well, that would be helpful, but certainly those who are here tonight could take the laboring oar on that and perhaps choose some representatives amongst themselves to work with staff and the applicant.
Does that sound fair to you all, that you guys get organized so that there's a group of you who can meet with
our city
the
staff.
Montecito representatives? Okay. Okay. Because that's what we're dependent on. We're looking for feedback from you that this is actually working, that whatever changes that you're looking for are taking place and are sustainable.
That's why I would like to see it denied, so they're forced to
Yeah, well, and that's going to be the negotiation, I think.
And one of the benefits to a fixed continuance is it puts a deadline on both sides
Yeah.
to come together and try to reach solutions or proposals that they can exchange. And then it would come back to the council for a review of that progress, and you can take appropriate action from there.
Why don't we make it 2 months or 3 months?
How much time?
I always recommend the next regularly scheduled meeting in a month or so, with the proviso that you can always continue it again. But to keep it on the agenda, keep everybody's feet to the fire, so to speak, to keep it moving along.
So, Mayor, I think my concern is this has been going on for 20 years, right? And it hasn't been solved. It's going to take some time to solve. Or at least
We don't
come up
know
with
that, though. We don't know it's been 20 years. I don't know that.
The cemetery's been there?
No, the cemetery's
The
been there,
noise.
but the mariachi bands haven't been there for 20 years, as far as I know. I
Sure.
mean, that's my understanding, is this is a more recent.
What's your thought?
So my point was, it's going to take time regardless, right? It's not a 2-3 month thing. Even if it is, we have November, December, where people are usually on vacation, and I think it's unfair to schedule something then, something this big. So what I'm thinking is we want to reschedule this for January, and that gives enough time for both parties to meet, and we're not putting a burden on any single resident.
Dr. Lennart?
Yeah, we need to hear.
Is there an applicant request for a shorter
Go ahead.
timeline?
This isn't the first time, that this kind of thing happens, and I think is what to put someone's feet to the fire would be, in fact, continue it for a month, so we can kind of get everybody together. We need to notice the residents and get them into our facility or find a central meeting place, clearly as the applicant. We need to take charge of that. And they can come, and then they can help, form a committee in amongst that meeting. And then the staff will be part of that, and they'll be getting reports back. And it could very well be that next month that we ask for a continuance for another month, but at least we'll know if we're headed in the right direction, and we can give you some kind of progress report as to where we're at, or the staff can very briefly, if that's helpful, versus
Yeah,
just kicking it out to January and
But
then.
you also understand the concern of the constituents, I'm assuming, is that this would be something that would be sustainable.
Well, I think that goes without saying, because clearly you're not going to approve this project unless you're convinced of that. So there's not going to be, but it would be nice to know that we have a plan and that we can come to an agreement, because if we can't, and then it could be that we in fact do withdraw our
Right,
application.
you have to look at the cost-benefit analysis here.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And there's operational things that we in the development design side can't answer. So we have to kind of get our heads together. But that forces all of us to get back together and
Yeah, I
give
just
you some
don't,
guidance.
I think that that's your full-time job, sir. I mean, with all due respect, that's not their full-time job. So to put that burden on everybody else, that timeline, I'm just not comfortable with that. I like to give them enough time to do whatever, and I'm going to give you guys some advice, and this would be advice I would give in a lot of situations. Videotape, photographs, date and timestamp, and I'm deadly serious about that. I heard people talk about balloons landing in yards, talked about trash, obviously the music, the noise. Bill, I'll get you in 1 sec. Videotape it, with date and timestamps, so we can show progress. Because if they make an effort, and this is our only holdup, that's where it's going to be. So,
Bill
sorry.
Arnold's been running
Yes.
things for years, so he can take care of this.
I want to continue to represent the people on the east side of the property. I can certainly sympathize with the noise. That's not our problem. We have some different issues for those on the east side of this property along that ridge. So I'd like to be a part of that group, or somebody from our ridge.
well, I think it's all of you. I think it's every homeowner that's affected by this project.
That we have some definite issues that are separate from a lot of what we've been hearing tonight. And second of all, when we're trying to meet, they can change this tomorrow. And then we can see in a month.
Well,
It's not a long-term solution, they can change it tomorrow if they want to.
So
Okay, the one thing, Mr. Mayor, that I think would be helpful is if the applicant had a contact person in the community, so you know how to get started. Is that fair?
Well,
Or
you know,
do you already
might
know
work
that?
out the best is if we,
What's that?
as the city host that. That might be the best way to do it, because
Yeah,
that gives
that's fine.
that gives
That's
everybody
fine.
a place to go.
That's fine. Conrad's got copious free time, so.
Got all the time in the world. Yeah, so what we can do is, and I think I've met with some of you after the first meeting to discuss some of these issues. If we can get a list of names and numbers, and we'll coordinate something at a time that we can all get together, either host it here, or if there's a meeting room over at Montecito or something, we can get together and kind of grind out the details. And I think the applicant.
Get a mariachi band to help you.
Well, we'll
celebrate
get somebody, we'll
success.
get mariachi band and some volleyball net to celebrate afterwards. But, the applicant's been very flexible, and I think, the residents have really, I want to commend the residents, because this is the democratic process at work. There's an issue, they brought it up, we're adapting as they bring these things up, and addressing the issues they're bringing up, this give and take. And I think it's a great way to work forward with this, but.
So whose court is the ball in? That's my question.
Well, before you guys leave tonight, leave me names and numbers, and then we'll coordinate something in the next week to at least find a time that we can do something with the cemetery people and us.
So Conrad, since you're the leader of it, 1 month
I would.
or 2 months?
I would really like to bring it back 1 month. At the very least, we can say, look, we're not far enough, we don't know. Or, it just hasn't been enough time, but at least it stays on the front burner, because human nature is, we're going to put this off till January, and December 15th, we're all going to dig in and start making the changes. And this way, at least, we're working down the process.
Makes sense.
So we'll put it back on the agenda on the September 14th.
Well, I think we need a motion to do that.
I move it.
Well,
Continue to
discussion.
September 14th.
Okay, sorry.
No,
Motion?
there's a motion.
We have a
Is there
motion and
second?
discussion. Were you gonna?
I wasn't going to second it, no.
Yeah, okay. Did you have a comment, or?
I was waiting to see if you're calling for a second, right?
Yeah, but he wanted some discussion on it real quick.
You
so.
can discuss after the second. That's the most appropriate time to discuss.
I know, so I'm waiting for the second.
Yeah.
Who's giving it?
I second. Okay.
All right.
Now discussion.
So one thing I've seen happen is we have another plot of land over here. Every time it's on the agenda, everyone shows up, assuming that we're making the final vote. So if we are going to push it back to 1 month, I don't want that to be the final thing, because we don't know what's going to happen in that 1 month. How would the residents best know when to actually show up for comments or whatever the next step is?
I can answer. That was a 5-day notice for each meeting. If it's continued again, look on the website. And
Do we have more mailing labels? We can get more.
So we can put out a 10-day mailer to the issue is it's still the 300-foot radius, so the residents over in Laurel Heights, they're outside of that, they're adjacent to the cemetery, but they're outside of the project 300-foot radius. So we can send out the mailers again, and then, that's one of the reasons to set it to a specific date. Then, hey guys, be here that day, and we're going to have a meeting. And this group is very vocal and very well connected, that their neighbors will know from their neighbors on what's going on.
Or look at the agenda, because if it's not ripe for consideration, you will put on the agenda that comes out 5 days before the meeting that it's continued again.
Typically that's correct. If we know prior to the agenda going out, we know it's going to be continued because there's nothing to report, that will be indicated on the agenda.
Yeah.
So while I agree with that, I think that's not exactly the message that goes out. And as an example, we can use the last time the Del Prado portion was talked about. And I just fear it's a big burden on the residents of having to, keep coming in and show up. So if we're gonna do 1 month, again, it's fine, but like, we need to set a separate time where we actually have a discussion of whether we're taking action or not.
Or do you have an alternate motion?
Informally, I'm still looking at January, and I don't know how you guys feel about that.
I'm okay with January.
Hearing nothing, I'll make that an alternate motion that we suspend this till January.
Can you be specific in your alternate motion?
That we bring this topic back up in our first meeting of January 2022.
I'll speak in opposition to that. I would like to have it brought up monthly so we keep up to date, and then we'll know when, if we need to wait that long. But that's just my perspective.
What would be the ramifications? I have no idea how everybody will vote. If you had the vote and the vote, let's just say, was negative and it was voted down, what would their option be at that point?
The applicant.
The applicant.
Well, as I indicated, this is a general plan amendment and zone change, which are legislative actions. There's really no appeal to that. There's no findings necessary to support or sustain.
Could they think about it some more, and then they could go talk to them at that point and come back with it? Would it have to go through the planning committee all over again and all that?
They would have to start from scratch to reapply at any future date and go through the whole staff process again and public meetings at each level.
What would spur them to need to start the process all over again? I missed that point.
If the item is entirely denied.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm going to speak in opposition to that approach because, if as has been said, people are supportive of the general concept, but we have a big problem with the noise, and then to just say, okay, take it or leave it as it sits, I think that kind of conflates two problems. One is, do you want this or not? And the other is the noise the thing that is preventing you from wanting it? And if it's just the noise, let's try to fix it. Now, if we fix the noise and then it still loses, then the project was doomed from the beginning. But I think we should at least give them a chance to fix the noise without having to start from scratch.
Well, I think if we're going to
Because the noise, we can leverage this project to fix old problems in old neighborhoods in
Other cities.
adjacent cities that we have no control over. It's called leverage.
Sure, but maybe every month we can talk about the historical commission again.
Right.
I mean, at some point, we're elected to make decisions, I think.
I agree, but
Just to keep.
now, I'm
we're
just
gonna-
saying now's not the moment. That's
Okay,
it.
but we're gonna come back next month and we're gonna sit here for 5 more hours because they're not gonna come to an agreement. And
Well,
we're gonna talk some more
we get
about
an
it.
update.
What?
We get an update. If they
Okay.
say, we've got a good start, but we're not there yet, that's all we need to know.
And these people have to come,
That's my concern.
every city council to come and argue with this.
No, not everybody,
So
but
here's
some
my point.
representation from.
Only if it's come to a
from the
resolution of
community,
some
yes.
sort.
1 month isn't enough to show, if you're waiting to see if they're gonna change their behavior.
Yeah.
1 month isn't gonna show that. Anybody can do anything for
Sure,
1
but
month.
1 month will tell us if they've started meeting and they feel like it's, at
I
least
know,
they're
but
dialoguing.
there's 2 issues here, like you astutely pointed out before. There is a noise problem, and then there's another problem whether you even want the project to go forward, whether there's noise or not. Right? And I think we're conflating the two, and we're
Yeah,
just
yeah,
saying,
that's
if there
fair.
wasn't noise, then we'd just go ahead and approve this like
Yeah,
this,
no,
but
that's
I'm
fair.
not sure that's how they feel.
Okay,
But
that's fair.
equally, you don't know how it would be if they're combined today. So I don't think today is a good day to vote.
It may not be, but if we're looking for a change on the part of the applicant, then I agree with him. It takes 6 months to show that you're actually doing something. Anybody can do something for a month. Then let's do it. Let's do it 6 months from now and see 6 months from now, how's the noise? How's the trees? How are the fences? How are this, that, or the other thing? You're not gonna find out anything in 1 month. In my opinion, I think what's just gonna happen is there'll be some Band-Aid kind of issues, and they won't trust that there were long-term issues that were done, and we'll just be back here right again, well, should we do, I don't know, how about next date certain a month from now? So I would rather either vote on it now and let the chips fall where they may, whichever way they go, or move to 6 months and let it go for 6 months and see if there's really, maybe not 6, but more than a month, if there's really some change.
I'd like to hear
I
from
think
the
the problem
applicant.
remains the same.
What's your perspective on this? Whoever wants to represent the applicant group.
I just have a few words to say. Hi, I'm Constance Williver. I'm the property owner. I have a long history with Loma Linda, with both the university and the city, and before it was a city. Those of you who know me know my dad served as president of this school, made it into a university. My husband was the first mayor of Loma Linda, and we heard him talk a lot about the boundaries, what they were going to be, what the future of the city could be, and I'm really proud of what it's become. And you know, the older you get, everybody wants to be fair with one another. I agree with that. But I think Councilman Daley was exactly right when he first spelled this out. We're talking about two very different things. One's an operational problem that they would like to see Montecito change. And I play a lot of music myself, and if you get good enough musicians, they like to play acoustically with no sound systems if they're good enough. I can figure out a lot of solutions to the problem that they're having. I don't think we've ever had that problem with Montecito before. When I decided to sell this land, the first thing that popped in my mind was to approach Montecito because I knew they were getting close to not having enough land. I have always considered Montecito, the tens of thousands of times I've driven by there, that it was kind of a landmark of Loma Linda. It's almost a sacred spot with all the number of people who built this town who are resting there. But I also think a town deserves a right to have a cemetery within their midst that they can continue to put their loved ones, and they're running out of space. And so that's one reason I chose it as my first choice. Other than that, I think I thought another area of green and open space is kind of refreshing. I have an office down off Mount Vernon in Washington, and it's a medical office, and we have to come to Loma Linda quite a bit with patients for imaging, et cetera. So, but when you drive from that west end in toward Loma Linda, to me, Montecito is kind of a restful place before you actually enter the city. And so for my rationale, I thought that this would be the best use of that land because it's a very small footprint on a 51-acre piece, and we're going to preserve the whole mountain and then just use this rest for more green space. I actually erroneously thought that any neighbors surrounding it would be happy with this decision to make it more of a open space than to build what I'm told can be as many as 180 homes on this spot. I've kind of felt like we had a lot of building going on, and this would be a nice way to do it. It's been going on for a long time with all the negotiations, and I know the headquarters for Montecito has tried to address each issue. The main things that bothered me would be the emergency access, and you know, in the case of a wildfire, I of course would want that and see that for them. Secondly, I attended the Planning Commission a few weeks ago, and a few people did talk about the noise and the amplification. But, you know, we've heard much more tonight. I had no understanding that it was happening every single day with loud mariachi music and amplification, but I'm sure that Montecito will want to work with them. I guess my point is, it might as well happen earlier than later to have the committee meet and talk about all their feelings about it. And But I'm just wondering if it needs to wait 6 full months to prove it. And I agree with you, Mr. Mayor, that it needs some time so you can figure it out. But if they are listening to it every single day of the week, maybe a little shorter period might work out, like a couple months rather than 6, if that would be possible. So that's what I have to say. I love this city. It's been my home since I was 10 years old. I've watched it grow, and we want to do what's best for it and for all the neighbors around it. So I think it needs some time to figure that out, but hopefully it can be done quickly rather than spreading it out too far. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I understand that as well. I understand that as well, because we have to look at all sides. It's not fair to tell you you have to wait forever either. I get that. I understand that. But I think to me, it's like, give it a little bit of time. Maybe 6 months is too much. Maybe 3 is better or something. But I just think 1 month is not enough to do anything. If you're, instead of tabling it 1 month, may as well vote on it right now and be done with it. That's my opinion. But if we want to go a little longer, then that's what everybody wants to do. We can do that too.
So I can modify my motion to 2 months.
Dr. Daly, do you second that or no? You were the original second, correct?
I forgot what I seconded now.
A 1 month,
What's the current
extension.
motion, and I'll decide if I...
Current motion now is 2 months.
I'll second that.
Discussion. Dr. Rigsby.
Oh, well, there you go. I second all your motions.
Discussion?
So if we're going to do 2 months, part of that, can we put in the stipulation that we have the community room open on a specific date where everyone can attend and talk about the issue?
The state may COVID us out of that.
Well, then that's more reason to delay it more than 2 months.
You know,
I don't think this has to be that difficult a problem to solve, honestly. The question isn't how to solve it. I think there's lots of ways to solve it. The question is sustainability and trust. So do I trust that you're going to sustain what we've already decided to do? That's the issue. From my perspective, a couple months we could get an update and kind of take the temperature of both sides, and either we can always continue it.
And my feeling is you just need the time to brainstorm a solution, and then you can use the conditional use and pull the permit if they fail. But I don't think just doing that would work. I think you have to come up with a solution first before you vote on it. It has to be a reasonable solution that has teeth, and then part of the teeth is the ability to pull their permit. If you can't sell any more lots, you're dead in the water, so there's a lot of pressure there.
we do have a motion
Plots.
in a second.
I mean, plots.
Any further discussion? Well,
Plots.
my response to that, if I was thinking it through, I would say you could then sit on this piece of property for a while until there's a whole new city governance.
I think part of it is also kind of what you were talking about, right? An operational issue, and then like if people want it or not. I'm getting the gist that people don't want it. Even if we figure out the noise,
Yeah.
there's still so many issues. And a lot of that, the reason I want to give more time is I think Montecito in general can do a better job of selling it to the residents. So really it's an opportunity for them to come up with a plan, not just for the noise, but
Yeah,
for the
but
6
you
different issues that I have written down here.
after you've been in government for a while, you realize that if you use that as the standard, there would be one person living in Loma Linda. They would vote out anybody else who ever moved in. So at some point, you have to let other people live next to you.
Absolutely, even if they're dead. Facetiously, I say. So one other thing here, and I think where this is going to probably grow a lot more past this meeting, is that we were submitted 2 online petitions, which I got to be honest with you, I don't value, because anybody in the world can freaking file one of these petitions like they did here. So let's see. Chesapeake. Henderson, Nevada, Ladera Ranch, well, that's California at least, Miami, Florida. This type of stuff means nothing to us because these are not residents of Loma Linda.
But
Hold on.
they may want to be buried here.
Good point. Oh, you're absolutely right. I apologize.
Okay.
I apologize.
They want to come so they can live blue zone 100 years and then be buried.
That's a very good point. I can't respond back to that. But in these two online surveys that were done, and I don't know how quickly they were done, probably in the last couple of days, I counted the one that was in favor has 13 people from Loma Linda that were in favor of it, if that's all correct and those are actual people. And the other one that was not in favor of it, and this doesn't give a reason, had 62 people from Loma Linda. This is going to get bigger than this noise issue probably, and more people are going to come out. So we are going to have to deal with that other question at some point. But I would like to see the folks in the neighborhood over there off of Oakwood, their issue is immediate right now, so.
I'll call question on the motion.
Call the question on the motion. All right, Madam Clerk?
Okay, and the motion made by Councilman Rigsby was modified to bring it back to the city council in 2 months, correct?
The second Tuesday of October.
October 12th, to October 12th.
Yeah, let me look here.
I might be gone, but that's why you guys will vote for it.
Yeah, okay.
I think I'm good.
That's the motion, to continue to October 12th. Councilman Jindal?
No.
Councilman Leonard?
I would prefer to finish it tonight, one way or the other, so I'm going to vote no.
Councilman Rigsby?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tempore Daley?
Aye.
And Mayor Duper?
No.
And the motion fails.
All right, looking for another motion. Yeah, we didn't get a second. But you might have a second with Dr. Leonard here, it sounds like.
Nobody takes vacation the first half of November. Come on.
Who's gone in November and December? Maybe at Amazon, but.
Nobody takes vacation the first half of November.
Dr. Leonard, would you like to take on the original item?
So, can I replace my own motion with a
We're
three
going to lose our
months?
audience. We're not going to have anybody.
3 months.
That's the goal there.
I'm not sure I'm going to be.
We're going to play Pac-Man, 3 months.
Do we have a second? Do you second his 3 months?
Is that your motion? Oh, well, I always second Dusty's motion, so yes.
Okay,
I'll
that
second
puts
it.
us in November.
But the point.
This is a
my point
representative
is,
democracy.
We don't have to have a total, complete,
We don't.
huggy solution in 2 months or 3 months. It means that's when we bring the issue up and get an update. So I'm not even expecting that we're going to have kumbaya in 2 months or 3 months.
I totally get that. My only concern, again, is whenever we have an issue, and we've had this before, people want to be involved in it, and if we keep on asking them to be involved every single time we bring it up, that's asking a lot out of these residents.
That's up to them. That's not our decision.
Yeah.
And they need to have representatives here. Doesn't mean everybody in the neighborhood has to show up.
Well, the problem with that is that the more numbers that show up, the more important it seems. And so if we say designate one person and one person shows up, then potentially we that could be dismissed as, well, only one person showed up. So my recommendation to anybody on either side, just to be fair, is that you got to show support for your side.
Are you going to forget how important this was? I'm not.
No, but strange things happen, like you said.
Every voice matters. Like,
10:30.
one
I'm
person
calling
mentioned the
question on the
barbecue,
motion.
no
We
one
have a
else
motion and a
mentioned that.
second.
Did you
so-
second the 3 months?
I did.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second for 3 months. Madam Clerk?
And the motion is to continue the item to the meeting in November 8. Councilman Jindal?
No.
Councilman Leonard? Councilman Rigsby?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tempore Daley?
Aye.
And Mayor Duper?
No.
And the motion fails. Thank you.
There's basically only one thing left to do, I think.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that we deny the applicant's petition.
Okay, can you be specific? The applicant petitioned to change the, I don't have it in front of me, change the.
No, the agenda.
Well, yeah, but the agenda item is multifaceted, so that we not change the land use designation for the two parcels involved, and we deny the entire application.
See if that passes.
Can you just explain the basis for denying it?
Well, we can't get 3 votes to continue it.
Well, nobody seconded January. Nobody seconded January. I think we'd pick up a third vote if we did.
Who made that vote?
I made it, but no one seconded it.
But that's, well, we haven't tried December yet.
Let's stick to the Robert's Rules of Order.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? There wasn't. There wasn't.
So what happens when council goes to 11:30 at night?
Yeah.
Well, it's gone to
We
2:30,
get
so
overtime. I don't know about you guys.
this is a short one.
Do we have a second for this? Okay, I will second it. Any discussion?
No discussion needed. Just take the vote.
Okay. Call for the vote.
Wait, real quick, one question. If this gets rejected, it's gonna end up coming back, when do we expect?
However long they take to figure it out. Then it's on them and it's off. This puts more onus on them to make it work, in my opinion.
And I'll just say, my consideration is, I see no upside to that. None. So obviously, you know how I'm going to vote, but I don't see any upside to just denying the whole thing, the whole project. But that's me.
We'll make a motion that will pass then.
Well, you
There
made
is
a motion
and there's
you have
a second
so we
for
got-
it.
Call for the vote.
Okay, the motion, excuse me, the motion is to deny the project. Councilman Jindal?
Yes.
Councilman Leonard?
Yes.
Councilman Rigsby?
No,
No.
no.
Mayor Pro Tempore Daley?
No.
And Mayor Duper?
Yes.
Yes. And the motion passes.
Okay. Wow. I'm sure that this will come back in some form.
I think that was exceedingly rude.
We still have a couple of other agenda items to get through. All right, we're going to open the Housing Authority. Any items to be added or deleted? We have the consent calendar, if somebody wants to move it. Do you have a second? Second. Second? First and a second, Madam Clerk.
And the motion is to approve the items on the Housing Authority consent calendar. Councilman Jindal?
Aye.
Councilman Leonard? Councilman Rigsby?
What are we voting on?
The
Consent
consent
calendar on
calendar
the
on the
Housing
Housing Authority
Authority.
agenda.
Absolutely.
Mayor Duper?
Yes.
And
He's not present.
Councilman Daly is excused from the room.
Yeah. Okay. That closes the Housing Authority. We'll open up the successor agency. Any items to be added or deleted?
No, sir.
We'll move the consent calendar. We have a motion.
No.
First and a second.
And the motion is to approve the items on the successor agency consent calendar. Councilman Jindal?
Aye.
Councilman Leonard? Councilman Rigsby?
Yes.
Mayor Duper?
Yes.
And Mayor Daly is absent. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our meeting for those of you watching online.